Hi. Hello everybody. I welcome in Hamburg and welcome to those who are connecting online. We are very happy to welcome you in the DesignZentrum, where we are having MediaFutures final event. And we'll start this day with Elena Simperl from King's College London. She will introduce the MediaFutures program, and then I'll be back to introduce the rest of the day. See you later.
Welcome also from my side. I'm just going to give everyone a chance to come down the stairs and have a seat. And while we're doing this, maybe people will be able to see me on screen. Good, that's nice. Right, so I'm an academic. I think I should say that as a disclaimer, so that you put everything that I say in context. I am at King's College London. We are the scientific and technical coordinator of MediaFutures. Some of you may remember that MediaFutures is not just the small group of people you might have met on jury panels and at milestone reviews and at previous events, but we're many, many different institutions from all over Europe, led by colleagues in Hanover. And my team at King's in London, which is myself, Johanna Walker, somewhere, oh there, why are you so isolated, Johanna? Come closer, otherwise people would draw their own conclusions, wrong conclusions, that is. We are responsible for setting the technology and the research side of things. So that's a long introduction to sort of explain why I've titled this short talk, Participatory AI Approaches Against Misinformation. And that's because the way we tackle misinformation and disinformation in Europe, this bringing together different views, different disciplines, different fields, opening up to people, to communities, to social context, is what brought me personally to the program. So we know that misinformation and disinformation are bad. They're one of the worst things we're confronted as a society today. We also know that technology or regulation can't deliver solutions on their own. And I'm sorry to say for anyone who might feel that the latest generation of advances in data and AI is going to bring about some well-deserved social peace or environmental sustainability, but actually we're all here because we know this is not going to be enough. We've heard all these stories about how AI technologies can make misinformation and disinformation harms worse. Say, this is not new. It's since the rise of social networks with advertising models which reward clicks and attention rather than balanced and informed content. We know that AI has allowed for a lot of harmful content and interactions to spread faster through things like trolls, through fake accounts. It essentially distorted how we interact with each other online. It polarized communities, it destroyed genuine public debate. It ultimately fueled a lot of disengagement with common causes that we as a society, as people, really care about or used to care about, and with established processes and institutions. So it's awful, right? On the other hand, it's the same sort of dual nature of the technology that allowed your projects, artworks, and experience to be here, right? So we're in this tension field. We turn it into something productive. beyond that, it's the sort of AI algorithms like, I don't know, graph neural networks and network analysis and many others that have allowed for a lot of researchers and practitioners and journalists and fact checkers to make progress. Fact checkers, when they tell us whether a statement by a politician is true or false, they use the same type of technology that is essentially used for dodgy motives to spread content online. Journalists, when they have to check their sources, when they have to create engaging stories, they use exactly the same sort of technology. So it's really up to us how we put this technology to use. And of course, we know there's a role for regulation, and those of you who spend more time than needed on Twitter know that there's a lot of buzz around how should governments and societies go about regulating AI. One way or another, public participation will be key for the adoption of the technology, for spreading the word of what we have achieved here, what you have achieved here. And the reason why I was so excited to set the project up is because I truly believe that we need this sort of solutions that take a different cross-disciplinary approach and that educate and entertain and engage at the same time while using the latest gadgets and technology. So here's MediaFutures. Is anyone in the room who doesn't know what MediaFutures is? Okay, right. So not a problem. We started working on MediaFutures as a concept in 2019, I think around the summer. We wrote a bid. We submitted it to the European Commission. I think it must have been October, November 2019. And then luckily, we were selected to deliver the program. That was in I think early 2020 that we found out. Then we all know what happened in March, April 2020, right? Interesting times, challenging times. None of us had delivered such a program online. We were a large team over many European countries. In these projects like this, we used to meet, I don't know, maybe 4 times a year, at least. So it was all new to us as well. But one way or another, I think 3 years down the line, we can look back and say, well, actually, we didn't do it in the same way as we had perhaps planned, but we did manage to put together this wonderful art tech ecosystem with different approaches that use all sorts of data and AI algorithms to set out to deliver what we set out to do. So encourage people to engage with better journalism, with science facts, and with digital citizenship. I'm going to skip through these because people probably know them, or just go through them very quickly. So we were set up as an innovation program. So everyone who wears badges, and some people who don't wear badges, we were part of this team that set up the services and support that you probably know of. And this was done in 3 iterations. So in these, we had 3 open calls across these 3 different tracks, where we've received more than 250 applications from essentially Europe, but actually all over the world. And just to remind you how great it was on paper, all those Euroscience. But I think on the one hand, I know how important funding it is to you. It is important to us as well. I think without talking about funds too much, I would say it is public funding. So you all, everyone, we have a responsibility to make this money matter. 67 ideas to tackle misinformation and disinformation with data, with AI, and I'm focusing on data and AI because I'm a computer scientist, so that's what excites me. Of course, when you would look at all the ingredients of all the creativity, of all the approaches that went into what you have achieved, there's data, there's AI, but actually there's many other things. But me as a computer scientist, that's all I see. Where's the data? What is the AI doing? Hence the bias. So 67 ideas. That's probably one of the richest collections in the world. To now perhaps as a scientist go and try to really understand how misinformation and disinformation could be tackled. Lots of work in this space is focusing on new algorithms, which are great. Like I said, it's what fact checkers need. But is it what we need to bring about change in people? And like I said at the beginning, I think we need more than that. Right, so 14 minutes, nice. So back to AI and use of data, which is what I wanted to know. So for me as a scientist, I was really interested to see, well, if I were to tackle misinformation, I would do it in a certain way. If Julia here sitting in the front row would do it, he would do it in a slightly different way, but actually from the outside it will look very similar. This has now been very, very interesting for us to observe, really, to understand what is it really that we as technology researchers, as developers could do to facilitate, to make your life in projects like yours easier, not just now, but also for programs in the future. And part of this is really about data. So we've heard possibly that AI is not just about algorithms, but it's also about the data that goes into those algorithms. So it's a long-established truism in other contexts, but it is also, I think, equally important in art. Social constructs of data matter, and art can help us surface some of those issues that we have in AI data sets in different ways. And the picture that I have here on a slide is really from a artwork from the first cohort of the program. It was called Soft Evidence. It was realized by Deja T and Anya Catherine. And essentially what they were trying to show is that how deep fakes essentially work. So they produced this slow synthetic cinema series, depicting events that never happened, using a whole combination of different technologies. And this is just an example. So those of you who are interested in AI, we had a range of showcases of the most diverse AI techniques and algorithms used for anything from machine translation to generating text, to recognizing things in images, to generating speech, presenting that to people with varying levels of AI literacy in interesting ways. Now, how did we tackle misinformation? Because this is why we're all here. The public and the public funding that was made available to you and to us was there because we wanted to bring about change. So there were a few things that we noticed across these 67 projects that we think stand a chance, potentially as additions to how social platforms work today and the different products that we're using. One of them was around reinforcing social links. So encouraging discussions across different beliefs and perspectives and setting up specific interventions to make those communications easier. The other one was around drawing attention to hidden data and behaviors in various contexts. Improving the understanding of data. So instead of showing you spreadsheets and telling you, look, this is what your government is doing for you, I could think about different ways to present this that makes it more interesting. The whole process of debunking, so how taking a fact, I go about explaining, understanding whether that's true or false, and thinking about it away from sort of the journalism media rooms to open it up. And finally, helping us all develop a more critical thinking of AI algorithms. And in a different world, I would now go and tell you about all these projects from cohort 1 and 2 that taught us this. So this was Social Sandwich by Fast Familiar. This was 730 hours of violence, also in cohort 1. This is Edit Wars, so I know they're going to be present today, so you're going to be able to hear all about it. Critical Climate Machine, a great example in how to reveal and quantify global warming misinformation on Twitter from cohort 1. Fascinating how many heartbeats to send a love email, so developing critical thinking about digital technologies and algorithms from cohort 2. I'm going to leave you with this. So what else have I learned about misinformation? Something we sort of knew, but now we have 67 case studies to prove it. Facts do not win minds. People and stories do. Startups can give artists access to data and hardware, but interdisciplinarity remains a challenge, and we all race to this challenge, but we also learned many different things along the way. Art research collaborations can be very rewarding and sustainable, especially if it incites feedback into research. There's lots of ethical challenges. There's challenges around access to data. Working on ways to assess if everything that we're doing really changes public perception is still an ongoing challenge. And I would encourage you to have a look at our toolkit. Johanna is going to talk all about it. I think you've learned a little bit about it by now from previous workshops, where we're going to make all these lessons learned public, and we'll invite you to comment. So 20 minutes. Briefly through the agenda. So after me, we're going to have a short presentation from our hosts today, and then we're going to start straight with the first round of pitches. And then at 12:30, I've heard we're going to have a catering startup joining us and doing something called Cookouts, which I don't know what they are, but I'm sure they're exciting. And after these 15 minutes, we're going to do lunch. Now, one thing about all lunch breaks is that upstairs there's booths where the teams that have just pitched can tell you more about the work. Then we're going to have presentations, first by local startups and prior MediaFutures program winners like MindBugs and Edit Wars. Then we're going to break. Then we're going to have more presentations, this time from research that we did, research that other people did. And then at 6 p.m., we're going back to pitches. Before, at 7 p.m., we do the things that really matter, which are here in bold. In particular, the premiere of Hammer and Egg, which is going to be a guided audio tour you've never experienced before. Tomorrow, 9:30, sort of similar setting. You can come in a bit early, have a bit of breakfast, and then at 10, we start with a panel where we sort of sum up additional opportunities for artists and startups. After the break, final round of pitches, lunch, same spiel, booths upstairs. We're going to have an interactive performance by Mining Hate at 2 p.m. We're going to have some more presentations, this time 2 presentations specifically about art take programs and collaborations. And we're going to conclude with a panel on MediaFutures and what we've learned. Before, at 6 p.m., we're going to announce the winners across the 3 tracks, and we are going to move into the 7 p.m. start party. I mean, it's sort of a party starting at 7 p.m., but yeah, so the start of the party is at 7 p.m. The party concludes here at 10 p.m. and maybe resumed elsewhere. With that, let me just give my thanks to Next Media Hamburg and DesignZentrum Hamburg, who made this event possible. And it's my great pleasure to welcome Laura now on stage to tell you a little bit about this wonderful venue we're in. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I don't have a presentation because I was shortly asked to say a bit about this place. My name is Laura. I'm the head of DesignZentrum Hamburg, which is this place where you are right now. It's an initiative of the Hamburg Kreativgesellschaft, and it's funded by the city of Hamburg. The DesignZentrum, the mission is like to support the design industry in Hamburg. We support designers with different things. We have solutions for young professionals. We also have talks and lectures on different topics. And we also have sometimes exhibitions here, so we try to give designers in Hamburg a stage. What else? I'm kind of new in the DesignZentrum, so I have to like look at my notes. I hope that's fine. We see ourselves as a promoter of the industry, as a network, as an incubator, and for new ideas, and a venue for debates and concrete projects. In short, the place where design is at center in Hamburg. We mainly concentrate with the promotion of young talents. We have different programs, so they can come to us with questions if they want to know how to use their portfolio. We have experts that we work with, and we have little sessions, but also like bigger events like this. And we're always trying to gain, to help the industry to gain more visibility. In addition to our own program, we also rent our place for other events like this. And this event is a collaboration with Next Media, which is also an initiative of the Hamburg Kreativgesellschaft. That was actually it. That was a very short summary of what we do at the DesignZentrum Hamburg. If you are located in Hamburg, please just visit our website or come to one of our events. We always have networking events where we try to connect designers from Hamburg. But also if you're just here, just come by and say hi. If you have any questions, I'll be here today. Please say hi and have a very great first day and also tomorrow. Nice to meet you. Thanks.
Thank you a lot, Laura. So here was our introductory talk, and I'm very glad to welcome you again to the DesignZentrum for those who have arrived or are joining us online. And we'll start in 5 minutes the pitches for the SMA track. So Elena started to introduce this. So it's called the Startups Meets Artists track. It is a track. So by track, we mean like a type of like residencies that actually is a mixed one. So it is both an art residency, but also a startup acceleration, hence the name Startup Meets Artists. And it's artists and startup pairing up for 6 months or more to work on a specific project. So we had 4 teams each year, and you'll hear today the 4 teams of the third and last cohort. And you'll also hear this afternoon a former team from last year, MindBugs, which is also presenting an artwork in the room to your left. So for the people who are here at the DesignZentrum, please be aware that we are displaying 3 artworks during the whole event. So you'll have the MindBugs installation. It's a VR game, and there is also an AR app to try. There is the Sock Puppet Theater installation, and there is finally a control-out image first version, which is, you'll discover it, it's over there. And they will present it, so I'm not teasing the project because they will present later. And so Startup Meets Artists is a very special track because it's really about collaboration between artists and businesses, but in a very it's technology focused, which is a key point of this program. So you probably already heard about this mixed residency. It tended to be a lot of art science, and MediaFutures is kind of changing a bit the trend to technologies to try to engage more also audiences and public. And I think that's what I can say about this track. And to introduce myself, because I did not do that earlier, I am Manon from IRCAM. So I worked with Louise for MediaFutures. Louise, for those who know her, was Louise Angelbert. So she worked for MediaFutures the 3 years. Unfortunately, she could not join the event, but we thank her so much for the great work she's done for the 3 years of MediaFutures. Yeah. So Louise is doing... Thank you, Louise. Louise is doing great, by the way. She could not travel, for personal reasons, but she's doing great, and I know she's watching the live stream now. And yeah, and in the room we have also Hugues Vinet, Head of Innovation at IRCAM, and Greg Beller, which is also at IRCAM for our side. And you'll meet other partners later during the talks as well. So maybe I can invite the dark listening team to come and put on their slides. So we are ready to start on time. So meet Thaddeus from Dark Listening. It will be the first Startup Miss Artist project to pitch today. Should we put on your slides? Yeah, because it will be on after. Where is it's over there. Like if you look straight. Why is not? Why can't I see the finder? Do you know why we don't see the finder? Ah, yeah. It's Acrobat. How do we open it on Acrobat? Yeah, great. Did you have notes? No, perfect. And you have the slide. Yeah. Is it on?
Oh, this is for the slide?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you switch slides. So we are all set, and Thaddeus will be able to start within a few seconds. So I leave the stage to Thaddeus.
Thank you, everybody. I'm Thaddeus. I'm here to talk about our Discovery API for Claypot. So the problem that Claypot is addressing, the media gap that we're filling, is that we have a very oversaturated content market. And so globally, major streaming platforms have gone from 25 million tracks 5 years ago to over 100 million, and we expect this rate to increase more and more as AI becomes a bigger factor in creating content. At the same time as we have this oversaturated market, we have the demographics producing the most content consumption are Gen Zs and millennials. And of course, we know they want individualized experiences, right? They want very specific aesthetic experiences. So as you have more content and there's more to sift through, it's harder to find this, and it's harder for companies to develop algorithms that target or serve specific audience communities. And so on one level, we want to create this value commercially, but we're troubled. And we were interested in this in the first place because we find that these very large algorithms trained on massive consumer data sets are too clumsy for niche content, and this creates a systemic problem with mis and disinformation. So our response to this, and our response to these companies that use the data of massive consumer bases to drive scale, is to create a new API that is more nuanced and that can look at the actual features of music to give us granular control over the kind of content that we're finding. And so the special thing we have, our treasure, is our library of samples of over 20,000 samples. We've been recording for 3 years now, which we've richly annotated and meticulously organized in our sample library, which gives us the ability to train models to identify features in music that have not been possible until now. We came this year to find that these new AI tools, GPT and others, allow us to assign natural language tags and group samples into clusters that wasn't possible before. And so the limitation here is to actually have the data, right? And when we actually take this data, we are able to extract harmonic and spectral features. We can take aspects of the music we've been able to look at in the past, and we can cluster them using unsupervised algorithms. We can use our annotations to identify patterns in those databases. And then we can go to human trials, and we can characterize those patterns. So what we're really doing is looking at the shape of sounds, the morphology, not using social collaborative filtering, but actually examining the granular features of the music, and then using human trials to find relationships with emotional response. So we can find that the sound of gagging or these embodied feelings in sound have very strong emotional resonances with people, and we can predict those, and we can offer those to our clients, which as a sort of business-to-business software as a service company, we're looking at a lot of different types of clients. We're looking at festival curators, we're looking at game studios, we're looking at marketing managers. We're looking at somebody who says, I have a very specific definition of what happiness is, or I have a very specific emotional response I need to create in this story moment in my game. The models trained on massive data sets with Splice, Museo, Spotify are not able to deliver that level of control. And so rather than competing with them, we're serving these smaller communities. And the best example of this is our first use case with a Webby-nominated game studio, Andas, and in MediaFutures we've produced a game called Border Frequencies, which you can demo at this event. This is an interactive audio drama that has branching outcomes. The kind of music you listen to will affect the ads that you get. So we're highlighting the power that algorithms have to shape our perspectives on all kinds of aspects. Music may not deliver disinformation, but the algorithms that serve us that music are the vehicles for mis and disinformation. And so this game is built on our content library, our API, and when you have very specific narrative moments that need to produce a very specific emotional resonance, Andas is able to use our API and our software to create that effect in a way that they wouldn't be able to do otherwise. And so we have identified this gap. We've identified that the future is AI and machine learning, and we have the data to create these models. My doctoral research is about morphology and semantics in music, so I have the domain expertise to interpret these results. My partner Swarnam is a senior manager of product innovation at the London Stock Exchange, and is our machine learning engineer who creates this. And the rest of our team dedicated to mixing audio, music licensing, artist relations. It's very committed. It's been working with us for 3 years, and we feel we have a lot of value to offer as we enter this space. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions now.
Okay, thanks, Farius. So now is the time for jury questions. So we have 5 minutes for questions. Question for the public, please keep it after for the networking booth upstairs. And I'll leave the stage, so I'll hand the mic to the jury for their questions. Just to shortly introduce them, we have 5 jury panelists. We have Nico Luma, which works for NMA Venture Capital in Hamburg, which is part of the MediaFutures consortium for the business part. Katrin Hesse, thank you very much for coming. For the art part, we have Hugues Vinet from IRCAM, Head of Innovation and Research Means. We have Hannah Redler-Hose, independent curator and working for the Open Data Institute. And we have for the tech, Elena, which just talked earlier. So I'll leave the stage for the questions.
Hello, thanks for the talk. So can you be more specific about, so you said your API is more nuanced than competitors. So what is the specificity? Does it rely on algorithms, also on the database that you've set, maybe? You've mentioned niche content also, so yes, can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, so we have a library that's trained on...
Great.
We have a very richly annotated...
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. We have a library that has a lot of detail in terms of its annotations, and this allows us to then go to a specific audience community and calibrate our API to that community. So we can look at people's responses to certain patterns of sound and look at how they feel in general in response to these patterns. And then our API very directly delivers samples, delivers musical material that fits certain criteria that you can lay out, whether those are in technical, spectral, and harmonic terms or in natural language terms that we've drawn out from our human trials and listening experiments.
So just to follow up on that, so how does this actually work? So you have 20,000 samples. You've annotated them. Just walk me through it.
Yep.
Who annotated them with what? What happens when those API calls come in? How do you incorporate human feedback?
Right. So we come from conservatory. We're trained as classical musicians, and we have annotated these based on their typomorphology, their shape primarily, among other things. And then we go to the algorithms. Those are unsupervised clustering and also supervised that show us those structures within the database. We can say, this is what we observe, and we can confirm those patterns using the machine learning models. So once we have identified a type, a very consistent pattern across the samples, we can go to an audience community and we can ask them, respond to this in natural language. We can give them options, and we can correlate those patterns we've discovered in the data using machine learning with specific psychological responses. And based...
How do you measure the psychological responses? How is that digitalized, that person going to the community, measuring the response?
This can be done with N400 response. When you hear a word that's out of place, your brain has a measurable response. So we can do this in a number of ways. We can actually look at cognitive response, and this is something we plan to do in the next months. We're looking at specific neurological responses, but we're also looking at people's assignments of natural language tags to them. We want to have people characterize them using language. And this can be done on a small scale for a specific audience community, or it can be on a larger scale to gain broader insights. But it's a combination of the results of the machine learning and the structures we identify in the data, and then taking that to human beings and asking them to emotionally characterize it in a variety of ways.
Could you elaborate a little bit about the commercial aspect? Like, what do your clients need, and how do you serve them?
Yeah, so we have really two kinds of clients, although these are interrelated. Clients like marketing managers or game producers who want to find sample material to create content that has very specific and predictable emotional response can use our API directly and license our content. But we're really looking on a larger scale at companies, marketing companies who are working with studios who say, we have big data algorithms that work with social collaborative filtering, but we don't have the tools to actually look at the music itself. So if we want to improve the accuracy of recommendations, we need to take both the big data of what does this demographic listen to and the specific responses of people to the characteristics of the music. And until now, on a technological level, there hasn't really been a good way to analyze the morphology of the sound and classify it. And so we're offering this next level of granularity to improve the algorithms of larger companies.
Okay, we have one last quick question, and I will invite David, if he wants to set up his presentation, to come on stage in the meantime.
Hi, thanks so much. Could you explain a bit more about how it's tackling disinformation or misinformation to me?
Right. So we actually started wanting to create a very basic tool that shows the basis for recommendations on Spotify. So we built something that gives you all of the metadata embedded in a track playing on Spotify. But we realized that it's mostly done based on the social collaborative filtering, and they actually have very little metadata about the music itself. And so this gave us the idea that we have the samples, we have the new AI technology, we can look at the granular features of the music itself. And so where that hasn't really been something that anybody can offer to these companies, we've been in conversations with those larger studios and marketing companies who say, this is something we can pitch to Spotify, this is something that can add value to what they're already doing. And we believe that improving the accuracy of those algorithms creates a more open landscape, more transparency.
It's a clearer path, is that right?
Say that again?
It's a clearer path to finding something. Yeah,
Yes,
gotcha.
yes. Yeah, thank you. And thank you all.
Yeah, thank you very much. We actually have buffers, so we are perfectly on time. Congratulations, Thaddeus. And we're now welcoming David and Lily from the Faking News team. I'll let them set their presentations.
Hi, everyone. We're just going to have David set up his computer, and we're going to start shortly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning,
Okay.
everyone.
So let's say you start at 43, and I'll give you 5 minutes to pitch your project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, welcome to Faking News, an interactive video art project dedicated to combating misinformation in the post-truth era.
With this MediaFutures project, we were on a mission to dismantle, analyze, and raise awareness of misinformation using creative, interactive, and inclusive practices. We are addressing this global issue locally in Hungary. During the project period in Hungary, we've seen the highest inflation rates in the EU, we've seen teacher and student protests, and major legislatory changes. Beyond our professional past, we share the personal experience of living in Hungary, a country which has been intentionally polarized and divided by the use of mis- and malinformation. As artists, we felt that our duty was to respond to these tendencies.
Our project is a collaboration between the Hungarian documentary film studio Queenside Pictures, who is currently specializing in mockumentaries, and the UK startup Dialogue, doing video commenting as a content generation solution. Why video comments, you may ask? In the age of AI-generated content, authentic, consensual, user-generated evergreen content, video comments unlock real discussions for real people. Anyone can submit a 1-minute video from any device, and there is no need to download anything or to log in. So we've explored the topic of fake news through an interactive video library of diverse user-generated videos about misinformation from citizens, experts, journalists. We handled video lifecycle events and transcription metadata securely and ethically to protect user privacy in accordance with the EU's GDPR. So during the media features, we developed a threaded and an artistic layout, discussion layout, to enhance the content navigation to incentivize interaction. So these new layouts highlight expert opinions and enable smart threading of the sub-replies. So you can play with both of these online on the Faking News website. Plus, we are using AI to automate the moderation of the submitted videos, which detects harmful content in both the visual and the verbal data. With this, we are achieving a reduction of the average publishing time to 0.8%. So that is for every 1 minute of video. It now takes 2 minutes, what was previously on average 4 hours. As of today, we are making this available as a beta feature at 59 dialects.
So, as artistic research, we've experimented with citizen engagement, developed learning materials and resources for communities in Hungary. Together, we've collected over 500 videos, mostly in community-owned closed spaces because, unfortunately, of the sensitivity of the subject. We'll continue to engage audiences with the artwork during the upcoming autumn semester to have more publicly available content for our short documentary, which will be structured around how family dinners are affected by confronting truth and state propaganda. As for our communication, we've made a climate truth-related interviews on Tilos Radio, both on the airwaves and online. We were invited to Ken MIP TV to showcase the project. We made personalized video invites to communities and individuals on April Fool's Day and the following day of International Fact-Checking Day, out of which around 14% became our permanent partners.
So who are the project partners for Faking News? Well, we landed a 6-month pilot partnership with the National Association of the Hungarian Journalists, who have been doing weekly video media monitoring, 2 Hungarian universities and 5 high schools, plus an NGO focusing on the state of education and the youth politics.
So we've discussed the project so far, but we're ready to do more. So let's watch a short 1-minute video together on what we plan to do next.
Neked mi a kedvenc álhíred?
Nagy keletje van mostanában a hírhamisításoknak.
Honnan jött ez a hír?
Érvek, ellenérvek.
Mondjátok meg ti, ez álhír volt-e vagy sem?
Faking News is a digital media agency for the post-truth era.
In addition to offering guidelines, consultations, and team-building activities, we provide interactive video discussions featuring stakeholders actively combating misinformation.
We have hundreds of videos that tackle climate change, state propaganda, and the crisis of social services.
We can help you to map your stakeholders and engage them in safe video commenting to boost good information hygienes.
No app, no login is required to add your video comment.
We have developed innovative discussion layouts under the MediaFutures initiative to enhance stakeholder activation for faking news. These interactive art forms are designed to equip you with effective tools for engaging with your stakeholders.
By joining the Fake News Project or consulting us about propaganda, you become part of a powerful movement to demystify fake news to safeguard our collective future.
Faking news. Question faking everything.
On time. I'll just take one of the two mics for the jury questions. So does the jury has any question? Who wants to start? Hannah? And then Catherine. Please do not switch off the mics. They are dealing. No worries. I just tell it for everybody.
Thank you very much. Can you tell me a bit more about how the expert is highlighted? Who or what highlights the expert?
Right.
Also, if another expert joins the thread, what happens?
Right. So the discussions are basically moderated or handily curated by what we call the community managers, and these people have the ability to currently to manually control each content that goes out. That is what we are challenging to help with the AI-assisted moderation. So basically, to whichever video the expert is responding, it would be the one that is associated with, that it gets nested under. Similarly, how a threaded discussion would be on any other platform or other major platforms. Yeah.
So how do I find your content? So on your website, but also on social media where you directly react, or
Yes.
other ways?
So we have some, so since we are focusing on the Hungarian communities and businesses, most of these contents are in Hungarian language, this particular video library. Some of them are on the websites of our partners, such as the Hungarian National Journalists Association. Others would be public on our own Faking News website. The dot is there, so that's basically the URL as well. So some of them are public, others would be private.
All right. Any more questions from the jury? Or from the public? We have one here.
Yes. So how do you manage the fact that it must remain anonymous for people who participate? And how do you guarantee that the political power, for instance, will not be able to identify actually the people who express themselves in the platform?
So Lily slightly mentioned this because the sensitivity of the topics, speaking of, propaganda, the parallel truths and all that might be, bringing problems into the individual level. So that is why some of the communities and businesses that we partnered up with decided that they would only do it on their internal network. So that is, you would need to sign in either to, the university's Moodle system or any other learning management system to access it. So they would already have that safe ground for debate and discussion. So not all of these are, public per se. So the community is what provides the privacy and the security for most of the individuals, if that makes sense.
Yeah, just a quick thought. I think we've realized along the project that making it sort of a grassroots style organization where we give it to the community and then the community is able to sort of grow it out from themselves is what really can lead to effective change instead of sort of doing like a top-down style release. So that's what we've discovered. The power is already there. We just need to sort of enable it.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any more questions? Public also has time, otherwise to ask 1 or 2 questions. And if not, I will thank very much the Faking News team, and congratulations for your pitch. Yeah, can help. It's your voice. And now I will invite on the stage the Hammer and Egg. Okay, no, sorry. No, I don't think so, it's turned on. Okay, so I invite on the stage Zofia and Milena from Hammer and Egg team, and we're going to set up their presentation. So I will give you. Okay, great. And you will be the remote controller master, yeah? No worries. So you have 5 minutes to pitch. Good luck, and let's discover the Hammer and Egg audio walk.
Are you looking for love? Yes? Well, you should go there.
Imagine you are crossing a shaky suspension bridge that is swaying back and forth. Your heart beats faster and your hands get sweaty.
Perfect. Just perfect for a first date. Why? Did you know that if you meet someone on a bridge like this, you're twice as likely to want to see them again as if you met them elsewhere?
This is called the suspension bridge effect, and it was verified by Canadian psychologists Dutton and Aaron in 1974. The reason for your romantic interest is quite simple. You are mistaking your fear of death for romantic arousal.
Yes, you're basically misinforming yourself.
So, how is information framed or phrased? In what context is it shown or experienced? Starting from these questions, we dove deep into the topic of cognitive bias. Cognitive bias helps us to make sense of the world and make decisions quickly, but they also make us vulnerable to misinformation. Misinformation often exploits cognitive bias to manipulate us. Therefore, if we better understand why we decide the way we do, we will have some useful tools to counter misinformation. Hammer and Egg is an immersive audio game and a toolkit to tackle misinformation. But how does it work? So, you download the StoryDive app and you enable GPS. Then you choose the audio walk Hammer and Egg in English or German. You go to the Busan Bridge, that is the bridge on the right-hand side outside of this building. And don't worry, it's not that shaky. You put your headphones on and you start the audio walk. And then follow the instructions. Hammer and Egg isn't really like an on-site experience, but it's also modular and therefore tourable.
Hammer and Egg was created by creative concept studio Hella Lux.
We produce audio-based experiences and performances for cultural institutions, for venues and urban spaces. And for Hammer and Egg, we teamed up with StoryDive.
StoryDive is a startup that enables artists and institutions to create and publish GPS-based audio walks. Not city tours, not audio guides, audio walks.
Audio walks are a medium for immersive storytelling, much like augmented reality for your ears.
For Hammer and Egg, we created a new feature. The StoryDive app is now able to use real-world data such as weather, weekday, or time of day.
Integrating these data into the narrative make it an even more immersive experience.
We have a strong foundation to build on. Since the app launch 2 years ago, we have assisted more than 25 B2B partners in publishing their audio walks. Together with them, we have published 45 audio walks in more than 20 cities, all paid for by our clients and free of charge to the audience. Most of our customers are cultural and educational institutions, but recently we've also been targeting city marketing and tourist destinations, and we've also already done a first project with city marketing here in Hamburg. Those partners are especially interested in a new feature because it means that they can easily adapt stories to changing seasons and opening hours. Audio walks are a perfect tool for citizen participation and education, and because of their immersive nature, they can achieve a change of perspective, revitalize public space, and reach younger audiences. Our data sources are provided under Creative Commons license. For example, we use Open Weather Map, OpenStreetMap.
And Pegelstand Online.
And these data affect which version of an audio chapter will be played and how the story continues.
So Hammer and Egg will premiere tonight at 8 p.m. and we warmly invite you all to join us. We want each and every one of you to fall in love with Hammer and Egg and looking forward to meet you on the bridge.
It's going to be very exciting.
So.
All right. Thank you very much and congratulations for your pitch.
Thank you.
I'll take one mic. So now is the time for jury questions with the whole team. And we start with Elena.
Thank you for the presentation. I have two questions about the data. So you said you're using live data. Hello.
Hello.
What happens if the data is poor quality?
Yes, with live data and for especially with open source data, you always have the problem. You want data to be fast, accurate, and rightly formatted. So,
I'm glad we agree. So what
yes.
do you do with it?
So we choose which kind of data sources we use, and we pre-process the data. So we check if the data type is correct, for example, if the response time is on time, and if something happens to the data in the pre-processing, we fall back to a default value, and the audio walk is continued.
But you're working with live streams, right?
With live data, like weather always changing, so we call the weather API and get a value, and we can in some way determine if the value is expected or if it's wrong. For example, if it's Kelvin or Fahrenheit or grad Celsius, which makes a huge difference, which is not plausible in our context.
But you're doing that check on the fly. After you read the value, you do some checks, and then you include...
Yes,
okay.
in the back end, and then we buffer the data, because with public data sources, you can't just put an infinite amount of the requests, of course. We buffer the data and use it from there.
Okay, you want to continue?
It was something slightly different, but if you want to talk about quality...
No, yes, I wanted to ask about the generosity of what you've did with the data for the companies. So for instance, you used certain kind of data, localized, but is it applicable to other projects that you have in other cities with other clients, etc.?
Well, this is the first project that we did with live data, but yes, there are definitely more use cases. A lot of project partners, they want to include like local businesses, for example, but then until now they had the problem that those aren't always open, so you have to sort of make a fork. Whether if it's open, you can enter, but if it's not open, you have to provide a different kind of story. But for that in order to do that, you have to know whether it's open or not. So that's one use case. Also, Milena said we're working with Pegelstand Online. That's to know how high the waters are, because here in Hamburg it's changing a lot. And for example, for the harbor tours, the cruises, they have to change their routes according to the Pegelstand. And that means that if they want to offer an audio tour, they don't really know the route they're going to take. And for now, this causes problems, but we can solve it, yeah.
Could you elaborate a little bit about misinformation and disinformation, how you tackle that with your audio walks, and how that improves the lives of everyday citizens?
Thank you so much. Yeah, no spoiler alert for tonight, and no pressure at all. Thank you so much. Well, what we are trying to do what we are doing with Hammer and Egg is that we're taking a step back. We're not in the luxury position that misinformation always come in a shape that is like a blunt misstatement, like apples taste like meat. Great example. Like, we are not in that luxury position. What we're trying to do is we're taking a step back, and we're enabling our participants to think about how they process the information they encounter. So how do I form the decisions I form? Is it just by coincidence, or how does not only the information that the exact information that it is, but also in the way what is my experience while I process this? What is the agenda of the information? What is my own agenda with my personal experiences with the information I encounter? All that Hammer and Egg wants to approach with taking a step back and looking at how decisions are being formed and how we interpret information.
Yeah, it's still a little bit abstract. Can you give me one or two examples what kind of story I will hear when I walk through Hamburg?
Yeah.
Maybe the coffee example? Yeah. So maybe there's like one example. We are going to play a little visualization game. So we look into a cafe, maybe it's open or closed, we don't know right now. Probably now it's open. And you sit there, a couple sitting at a table, just imagine it, yeah? And there's a child sitting next to it, they eat cake and two coffees standing there. And no one else in the cafe knows that the couple is celebrating their maybe the 10th anniversary, I would say, yeah. So you have the image right now, yeah? So if I'm now going to ask you, what kind of gender does the couple have? Like, what kind of skin color does they have? Is there maybe a wheelchair? Or a what?
A cane.
Yeah. So our brain is like very simplifying incoming information, and it's very easy for us to build stereotypes and to quickly respond to these information. But they're misleading us to mistakes and really like to simplify in a very bad way information. So that's probably like one example from stereotypes. And what else?
Okay, I think we have time for one last question. I want Hannah to have the time to ask it, and it will be your last answer before the next speech.
Thank you so much. I'll build on what you just said, which is, how do participants know that they've been asked to take that step back? Is there a slow reveal through the narrative? Is that how it functions?
Definitely a slow reveal, and I think what is very special about Hammer and Egg is that your decisions have actual consequences, and through your movement across this route, you are asked to process information and to make decisions, and that changes the path that you will take. And it's also not as simple because we know how complex this topic is. It's not defined in right or wrong necessarily. It's just there are several choices. We're processing complex information, breaking it down into simple little snippets.
it's really like, how is our thinking working? Let's just go a step back and like, how is it working? Like there's like Kahneman saying like system 1 and 2, and we are like all together exploring this kind of, how is it actually working? And this can be like past decisions, or I give you so many complex questions that you're not able to even notice the people around you anymore. And yeah.
And if you make too many wrong decisions, you end up in the water.
No, game over. No worries.
Yeah.
No wrong, no right. You're gonna
have to try it tonight at 8 p.m.
You will see everything tonight. Thank you very much for your pitch and congratulations again. Thank you. And final team of this morning, I'm welcoming Momchill and Dominica on stage. Monica, sorry. I knew I would. From the Truth Detective team. Okay.
Hello.
Here is your controller. So I'll leave you the stage. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Great to be here again. My name is Momchil Alexiev. Here with me is Monika Simeonova. And also there is our art designer.
Our director.
Our director, Sofia. We're all from Sofia in Bulgaria. Very happy to be here. And today we would like to tell you about our project. It's called Truth Detectives. It is a board game with a digital layer. And I give the word to Monika.
Hi. So what we see is that the topic of online mis and disinformation has gone viral in the past couple of years, and terms like fake news are now buzzwords. But what we notice and what we think is a problem, that the initiatives that are trying to tackle this problem often lack relevant context, or or target very niche audiences, and lack scalability. And in their essence, what they're trying to do is to teach you what is true and teach you what is right. We don't believe that this approach is good, and the result of that is that false information is spreading faster than ever before, while effective education on the topic lags behind. And this is why we decided to go about this in another way. So we wanted to approach this with learning by doing. And in its essence, what it means is that through gamification, we want to help people have their own experience with such a complex topic, and this way understand it better.
And therefore, we went offline. We created an actual board game, which looks like this. This is the physical part of it. It has a digital layer. The way it works is people scan the QR codes with their phones and order the information they receive. All this with the aim to pre-bunk through play. What is the context? The year is 2039. And everyone is using a brain-computer interface, which seems to be working quite well until someone seems to be hacking it. There's something wrong, and we want to find who is behind this conspiracy. So the players are investigative journalists trying to argument themselves who can be behind this problem. How does it work? Players exchange, receive information, and we've based the information in the cards on the 3 types of information that investigative journalists use to cross-check information and verify whether something is true or not. These 3 types are media sources, open data, which is verified information, and metadata, which are our AR cards. Now, this brings me to the mechanics of the game, and the mechanics of the game introduces misinformation and disinformation by design. This means that players receive cards and exchange cards, and they can decide what type of cards to give to each other, which opens the window to decide whether to misinform or actually inform. This is revealed at the end. We also combine competition and collaboration within the game. This is very important, all with the focus on the process of the game. As you receive information, you can decide how to understand it and how to argument yourself at the end. There is a clear winner at the end. It's very easily calculatable, and also a possibility for a discussion. This is very important for us. And these are the suspects, beautifully designed by Sofia. Alrighty.
So the gaming approach is not only a successful tool, but it's also a lucrative business. And our approach and the digital layer of our game allows us to do the following. So on one hand, it's scalable and adaptive. And this means that we want to target the mass audience with the fun and entertaining part of it. We want people to have fun with it. And on the other hand, we are targeting institutions and corporations because True Detectives is a tool for media literacy and can be easily incorporated inside the organizations. And we're already in partnerships, in discussions with many organizations, and they vary from corporations, institutions, educational institutions, and NGOs, of course. And even though you've mostly seen me, Momchi, and Sofia, there are actually a lot of other people behind this, this idea. They're probably watching right now. And we say hi. So, yeah, thank you for being here. Thank you for listening. And, yeah, let's play together.
Here is the game. It doesn't contain truth, but it contains the possibility to define the discourse on truth, which this is our goal.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I leave the. Does the jury has any question, Elena, to start with?
I'll start this off maybe. So you mentioned that the game is adaptive. So walk us through that process. If I'm an organization and I'm looking to train my staff into debunking what I as CEO tell them, how do you go about building a bespoke version of the game for my company?
So here is the digital layer. And the digital layer, we've made it in a way that we can easily change the narrative. Now, the narrative that I told you can be shaped in a different way.
And who's doing that? Is it someone, so I'm the CEO of my company, you tell me, okay, you have to find someone in HR or training to sit at this screen and define that flow, or who does that?
We should do it together, because then I show you how the system is structured and we can sort of shape it in the most effective way. We've came up also with the funny versions of it, like for kids. I don't know, someone stole the ingredient for chef choice from the restaurant, and then so this is the idea that.
And how long does it take to create a bespoke version?
Not very long, I think.
A month? How many hours?
Yeah,
how many workshops do you need with the customer?
Oh no, a month will be more than enough. Yeah.
And so how many hours of interaction with your customer would you need in that month?
To create a narrative?
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe a week or two.
Yeah, our approach is to sit down with the HR department, discuss what are the problems of this specific company, and then come up with the narrative that is relevant to the specific specification of the organization. And then I think that we will need not more than few meetings to discuss this, and then we will need around a week or two mostly to prepare the content behind, because it's already different templates which we fill with new narrative.
Okay, thank you.
It's a little bit of back and forth for sure to define.
So from what you said, does it use the same hardware, that is the physical card, etc., and then the AR content is different? Is it what you plan to do?
Now both need to be changed, to be reprinted, and this goes mainly for the cards. Of course, depends on the task, but the structure itself is the AR part is already there. We just substitute. The structure is ready. The cards need to be printed. Okay, it can be custom made.
have you done any user testing, and what observations came out of that? Who did you do it with, and what observations did you make?
We did tons of playtesting, both internal as well as institutional. This brought us forward quite a lot in the beginning in defining just mechanics or how the narrative works, or how many turns they have to do, how many cards, how do they exchange the cards, how do they understand the continents. I have a new version of the continents I've been painting. Can you show that? So all these changes have went through, and both technical and so you know what happens it provokes. So we wrote the continents because I've painted them by hand. Of course. That's the artist touch that you get with that. It's very interesting because it provokes a different discussion every time. It's very difficult to repeat the same game. So the proportion of truth within the game and the arguments at the end are different. So it's quite exciting and interesting. In universities, it's much different than with conventional people when we gather to play. Yeah.
And it's funny because we thought that maybe it's too complex for youngsters, but we played with a few 15 years old, and they actually got it faster than their parents. So yeah, it's very intuitive for people, and yeah, we're targeting people who know how to use a smartphone, because if you don't have a smartphone, you don't use it, you're probably less subjected to online misinformation.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
So, here. Congratulations to all the SMA team for their pitches. Maybe we can give another round of applause for all the teams. And we'll introduce you the startup that's catering the lunches for both days within a few minutes. I just need to download their presentation, and I'll ask them to join me on stage. Yeah. No worries. Yeah, jury members are the first to get their lunch, and I think as soon as you're ready, Leander and their colleague, you can come and join me on stage. Lunch looks delicious. I'm sorry for those who are online. And yeah, to remind the public here, there will be networking space upstairs, so all the SMA teams that just pitched. So you can probably try on the Truth Detectives game that you've seen and discuss with all the teams. And yeah, feel free to go upstairs as soon as the startup presentation is over. And yeah, so presentation is ready. You change the slides. There's 2 mics. I don't know if you're 2 of you or.
Check.
I don't think so. There isn't Michael.
All right, so now I will leave the stage to Cookouts. They are catering us actually since yesterday because we had like workshops for the team before to get ready for the demo days. And yeah, I'll leave the stage to them and let them introduce their business.
Yes.
Yes, thank you so much for the introduction and for your time listening to our startup. And yeah, we have the chance to do the catering for you. So as we are a food startup, you might see some pictures of food in this presentation. And if you're already hungry, you might get even more. But don't worry, directly after this presentation, which is not too long, you get the chance to enjoy some of our brands. And yeah. We are Cookouts. We are a decentralized ghost kitchen network. Those are a lot of buzzwords from the food industry. And if you're not from the industry, you might not know all of them, but you will do after this presentation. Yeah, but first of all, when we started our journey, we identified some problems in the industry. And that is that food expansion is very complex and very expensive. And we've seen that if you have a restaurant, for example, in Hamburg, and it's successful. You might have 2 or 3 branches of it in the city, and you want to expand to a different city, for example, Munich, Frankfurt, Stuttgart, all over Germany. You're facing some obstacles. We identified 3 main obstacles here. The first one is that food trends are very fast living, and that the market know-how that you need for that city is very hard to get, and it's very time intensive to find to get that knowledge. Because, for example, if you're in Munich, it might be that food trends are different. Your competitive landscape is completely different to the one you have in Hamburg. And time is something that restaurant owners and food brand owners don't really have. And the second obstacle is that if you want to expand your food brand, high investments are needed for it. It's very cash flow intensive and capital intensive to open up a branch. For example, to just give you some ballpark numbers, if you find that right location in Munich, you might get into a contract that binds you for up to 6 years. And also you have to pay an upfront fee for almost 5 to 6 years. So it's a very, very constraining thing to expand to a new city. And the third obstacle is that finding employees and skilled workers in your own city is already super hard, especially in the food industry, and even harder in a different city where you don't know the market and you might not have the connections that you already have in your home city. And yes, we have found a solution to that problem that Carl will tell you.
Yeah, thank you, Leander, for your quick introduction and for explaining the problems the market will face in the future and now facing. Yeah, we have a clear vision at Cookouts, so every strong business idea needs a strong vision. So we believe in a more efficient, sustainable and socially responsible future in the food restaurant industry, one that is based on, and this is very important, collaboration. That's why we connect existing food service infrastructures with world-class food brands and exciting food brands as well in our own decentralized ghost kitchen network.
Exactly, collaboration and ghost kitchen networks are the key words that we dive in deeper now. What we understand in collaboration in the food and restaurant industry is that we want that expanding restaurant brands and food brands we want them to connect with existing restaurants that don't completely use their capacity in their kitchen and with their cooks. So they have that cool restaurant, it's running all right, but their kitchen is large and the cooks are not fully utilized at all times of the day. And we are providing them with an alternative and a possibility to utilize it by cooking the the existing brand that is expanding to its city, cooking it, and working then together with Lieferando, Volt, and Uber Eats that pick them up and bring it to the end customer. And that gives an extra income stream to those restaurants. And for that expanding brand, it's an increased reach and revenue. And of course, we don't forget the end customer in that whole idea as well. We try to make a seamless delivery experience that also gives the end customer a broader variety when they open their app to deliver food. And yeah, who are these two guys talking to you that want to change the restaurant industry? I'm Leander, and this is my co-founder, Carl. I'm responsible for finance and business at Cookouts, and I studied here in Hamburg at the HSBA. And yeah.
Yeah, as Leander already mentioned, I'm Carl. Nice to meet you guys. Yeah, a few words to my educational background. I came here 3 years ago from Bremen to Hamburg to study media management, so it fit very well to the MediaFutures Days. Yeah, and I had a focus on brand communication and marketing structure. So yeah, let's move on. So at this point, you might thought, yeah, this is a typical franchise model. Yes, it is, but we're doing something different. We're searching for successful brands or successful restaurants, and which want to expand their brands to a different market or another market. And we, as Cookouts, provides them free kitchen capacity in other kitchens, so they don't have to build up new facilities, expensive facilities for sure. Yeah, and we named this based on our company name, Cookouts and Cook-ins.
Yes, and why did we choose existing brands instead of just creating new ones? We think that we don't have to reinvent the wheel every time we're bringing a food brand on the market. We think that working with existing brands that already have customer loyalty, that have experience in the business, and a great branding are the most likely to be successful also in a different city, because they have a validated business concept. They know how their processes work, their operations work, and what of their meals are successful on the market. They also have an appealing CI, maybe some very great social media with followers. They have loyal, regular customers where they might give mouth-to-mouth recommendations also to friends in another city. And they have experience in the delivery business, because delivery business is different than normal restaurant business. Meals have to be cooked different, so they completely get ready while they're on the way to the end customer, for example. And that's why we think existing brands are the right ones. And as we're talking about existing brands, we today want to show you two of our partner restaurant brands that we have in our network that we are expanding all over Germany, which is JJ's and DAO DAO. JJ's is making very, very nice, beautiful bowls. Those are the recipes are made with a Michelin star chef. Quality is their highest priority. Fish is made fresh daily, and everything else is just amazing about these bowls. You can try them yourself just after this presentation. And the second one is DAO DAO. They make summer rolls and banh mi's, and they are not only visually appealing but also a great taste. And yeah, we hope you will enjoy your meal now. And yeah, if you want to know a bit more about us or want to get in contact, feel free to contact us. We'd love to hear from you. We are still looking for strategic partners, investors, and other funding opportunities to further expand our operations all over Germany. Thank you so much, and have a great meal.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Carl. Thank you, Leander. So now is the time you're all waiting, I bet, after all these nice food pictures. It's lunchtime. Just a few words before I close this morning session. You'll see some MediaFutures poster on the wall behind you with a QR code. This QR code is leading you to our tool page where you can access all the apps, websites developed by all the MediaFutures team. So please feel free to scan this QR code. And on the big TV screen that's also behind you, there are like the 36 project video looping. So you feel free to watch some of them during the day. And of course, do not forget about the free artworks. And do not forget to go upstairs, discuss with the teams. So thank you for listening, both in Hamburg and online. And we'll meet you at 2 p.m.
Checked. Okay. Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. If you'd like to join us back downstairs, and we'll continue with some presentations. And welcome back to those joining us online as well. Okay, welcome back. So a quick self-introduction. My name's Darren Temple. I'm from the Open Data Institute in London, and this is one of the MediaFutures organizing partners. And I'll be looking after you for the next little while this afternoon, just introducing our speakers today. So first of all, it's my pleasure to welcome Slava Romanov to the stage. Slava is a Bremen-based data artist who leverages generative graphics and interactive installations to inspire social transformation. Currently, he's part of the Edit Wars team, utilizing the synergy of big data and art to deconstruct propaganda narratives. Edit Wars were our winners of the AFM track, the Artist for Media track, in the second open call that ran last year. So with that, over to you, Salva. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, and I'm really happy to see you all here, including some members of the second cohort, the winners. For me, it's a big honor to continue developing the project, let's say, for which the most important impact was made by MediaFutures as well as our team. So I'm here representing our team. It's called Edit Wars. And we established the project during this 6 months of the residency and afterwards that was trying to blend different disciplines involving data research, creation of an online platform for challenging misinformation, building awareness into a wide international audience. And we also created an art form, a physical art form that was conveying our findings, the research insight we get, in a form of multi-channel interactive installation, which was as well accompanied by a public discussion that was also for us a very important part of the project. We recognize it a little bit after the program, but that was a part of the feedback we got. So our team consists of 6 people. We are media artists, journalists, and developers. We have among us Russian native speakers, having expertise with language research, media analysis. We also have in our team some students of the University of the Arts Bremen, also some emerging artists, and they made a significant impact into how the project is looking like, how it's designed, and how the output looks like. What unites our multidisciplinary team is that we all share the passion for big data and language analysis. Many of us have experienced creating works based on data journalism and making data journalism and investigations as well. And we all are pursuing the task to merge art with data visualization, with auditory display, meaning sound design, sonification of data. And our personal experience with propaganda, since many among our team are from Russia and have to leave the country, have the personal experience with propaganda and ongoing fight against it. So we were trying to find an implementation for, the way to express our sense of responsibility for what's going on during the ongoing invasion of Ukraine, started by Russia. And we recognize it as one of the very important stimuli for us to continue our work, since we all know that the war is continuing with so many people struggling and so many problems and so many misinformation being spread during this period. The main interest or the main point of our interest was the interest to the stories, because we all have been grew with the stories, like fairy tales of Brothers Grimm or Charles Perrault, The Little Prince. These tales, I don't know, maybe including Pixar animation movies, really help us to shape our values, our perception of reality. And of course, when we're becoming adults, media and electronic media becoming our new storyteller and our source for understanding how the world works. But of course, we all understand, especially those who are watching this stream and sitting in the hall, all understand that the media isn't always impartial or complete in its message. In 2022, since the beginning of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, all independent media in Russia were either silenced or blocked or destroyed. This created a state-controlled monopoly on information, where the government, the state, became the only source of the news. So mainly all the media that are continuing to their activities in Russia could be called, let's say, state-shaped or state-controlled in a different manner. Of course, this had led to the proliferation of the state propaganda. It misinterprets events, it serves its own agenda, creates a distorted view of the reality. And actually, we were showing this statistics during the October demo event, and the numbers has significantly raised in terms of the websites blocked, in terms of how many media and how many individuals we recognize as foreign agents. You probably see the Greenpeace banner nearby, so our neighbors are also considered as unwanted organizations, so they are becoming impossible to operate in Russia and also to share their information through media. So our aim during the residency was defined as deconstruction, debunking, and artistic interpretation of propaganda narratives for raising awareness. And our mission became to create some sort of an effective tool to debunk misinformation, as I said, to raise awareness and provide a meaningful experience for the audience to stay aware. Our approach was including data research, so we are presenting our studies, our research insight through our web platform. We also created an interactive art installation and continuing to facilitate discussions about the role of art and action against propaganda. Basically, the scheme of the data analysis part we created is depicted on the image. So over the 6 months of the residency, we dug deep into key themes, messages, the techniques used in the Russian propaganda since the start of the year 2022. The first batch of information we have processed includes first 7 months of a year, so including the months before the invasion has started and when it was emerging. For getting the data, we were using the big data set, which is called GDLT, Global Difference Graph. It includes now more than 20 billion records of every change in every headline and in every news article globally. So we first defined to create filters to get the news from the relevant Russian language media. basically the media that continuing to stay in Russia and also publishing the information of the specific keywords and on the specific topics like politics and economy. Then the data, for processing the data, we're using the, let's say, bare topic model. So it helped us to clusterize the topics using this data set, which helped us to get 150 relevant topics and classify them within the main 10 propaganda narratives. We also use for the analysis of the dynamics of the mentions, and using the n-gram language modeling, we were able to create the network of the mostly represented and words and words connection. So actually, we can say that the narrative is a powerful tool, and we define it like the powerful tool that is used to shape history and reality. The narratives are able to paint a picture of events and characters that are usually based on the underlying myths of the cultural specifics and norms and traditions. So we built the contextual networks that you've seen on the video from the popular word combinations to illustrate that. We also examined how the narratives were evolving during the period, let's say from January to July, and compared to with the real world events. The database for the real world events was created based on the information from the independent media websites, from the fact-checking project. So for us it was important not to provide all the information about the events taking place, but merely to create the understanding, some sort of a navigation through these reactions of the media, because sometimes some events were silenced, some events had attracted a significant attention and significant tryouts to distort the reality by interpreting them in a different way. Finally, after our analysis, I think somewhere in August or September previous year, we created several reports discovering what Russian propaganda is trying to achieve. So basically briefly commenting the findings from the 3 reviews that are already published on the website. We can say that the Russian state and the Russian-shaped media, it uses fear to justify actions like the invasion of Ukraine. It exaggerates threats of a world war, nuclear weapons, biological weapons. They also exploit historical parallels to demonize Ukraine and disseminate false information. Therefore, one of the pieces of the artwork is called the Godwin Principle. And they also shift blame for economic consequences of the war, energy, food crisis onto the West. Our online platform is not just a static website and just an art piece, but it's a research tool as well, and this is one of the directions we would like to develop it further. For that, we developed the methodology, which is open source, and it can be used in future research and is downloadable via our GAT repository. We were really happy to see some independent media showing interest to the methodology, and in the beginning of the year, we provided some consultations of the previously Russian independent media, which is called Novaya Gazeta Europe. And the slide you see, it's mainly the headline of an article in the current time media and Radio Liberty Hungary. So they used our methodology to analyze propaganda narratives in Russian and Hungarian pro-government media. What is also important is that as many of our team are now living in Germany, we pay attention on what research initiatives are taking place there, and there's a very interesting and deep report of the Center for Monitoring, Analysis and Strategy proving that Russian-based conspiracy theories are becoming more popular in Europe, so that is in a way showing the aggravation of the problem. And so these manipulations are becoming more prevalent in Germany. And Finally, thanks to MediaFutures program, we had the chance to experiment with an audiovisual installation. It became a prototype for physical representation of our research. We started to use sonification and interactive visualizations. So we were trying to turn each propaganda narrative into a unique soundscape, whether it's the aggression of NATO is grounding for the war, or Europe freezing due to sanctions, or Russia defends the Russian world in Ukraine. And finally, after testing the prototypes, different, let's say, user experience approaches, different ways of approaching sonification of the data, and the way how the audience can interact with an artwork, we announced our first full-scale exhibition in Bremen. We also get some support, especially material and equipment support by the University of the Arts Bremen. So we enhanced the design of the artwork and organized the grand exhibition in Bremen. It was the premiere, and I wanted to show a brief video of the artwork. I hope the sound is working. So basically, it is looking pretty straightforward. The metaphor that is being used by the installation, that we were trying to let the audience experience propaganda from different perspectives. And it was a way to step inside and outside of the propaganda bubble by using this two different spaces. One space is called the outer space, where you can experience, let's say, the analytical point of view, where you have access to the different sources of information and you can make your own decisions, or by, let's say, comparing different sources of information. So this is why all the analytical part was used in the outer part. And for the outer part, we also use the 4-channel audio with a sonified pattern for every voice, let's say every topic or every mention which was included in the one narrative. Like each narrative was 15-minute sound piece from the 1st of January until the 31st of July. And the sound was helping also to bring some feedback from what you are seeing and how it raises, depending on the date, depending on the week, depicting actually how some topics are becoming more popular in some scenarios. The words you were seeing at the video also were the most popular words within a topic at a specific week. So it was also possible to see how these words are changing depending on this ticker line, the news that were actually representing this data set of the news from the independent sources we created. And the inner part was making the audience incapable to see the analytical projections from the outside, from these four sides of the metal fence. And so there was only the access to this 9 square meters screen on top, projecting the propaganda headlines from the top, also using the spatial audio, the 4-channel spatial audio, and interactive text-to-speech distortions, the granular filtering, depending on the position of the viewer. It was also for us very important not to just let the propaganda in Russian language being translated into English and flow constantly towards the audience. So it was really for us important to ensure that we are not spreading propaganda ourselves. And as the interactive installation is a way to communicate the research insights, we decided that it would be also important to build the medium for reflection and immersion of the visitors into the context. So this is why we printed several brochures to help people understand the propaganda narratives, also providing some more in-depth information about the projects. And you also can take a brochure for yourself and check some of the research insight we would like to share. What was also important for us is that we found it really, let's say, a thing of importance to provide meaningful conversation with artistic, with the expert from the artistic field, as well as from university professors. I mean, the humanitarian, the humanities studies, on finding a way to counter propaganda with the means of art, with the means of transdisciplinary collaboration. So the data research in art, how can we find a way to create this immersive and impactful experience. Yeah, it was also really a little bit tricky to communicate the research insights with the media because everybody wants to say that it's like artificial intelligence against propaganda and so on. But for us, especially at that stage when we were developing that, we were using it more as a means, and I think it's our approach to not putting the AI in front of it, because AI is full of biases as well. But yeah, it also brings some hope that we will use the AI for classification of the narratives in the future, which will really save some time, but also with paying attention on how precise the insights will be formulated. We also continue to exhibit our art piece in a smaller formats, and we are searching for something more compact, more mobile. Currently, there were 2 exhibitions in Berlin and Bremen with a non-interactive version of this outside part. So there's a sonification of the data and the narratives depicted and some documentation. And what about next steps? We would like to update the data in the next iteration of the project, find a way to pack the experience into something more portable, but at the same time capable of bringing this interaction and also encouraging the discussion about how the art and data research can work together. Yeah, so we are also seeking for the partnerships and funding for future project development. And it was also very important for us to include the experts at every stage of the development of the project, whether it was the closed event for the Russian independent media journalists who have left Russia. So we organized one event in Georgia, And it was also really interesting for us to join one accelerator organized by the activist organization Free Russia Foundation. So we also get some prospects and highlights about the activist potential of the project, so we would like to move towards it. And of course, we owe a huge thanks to the MediaFutures program, because your support allowed us to realize the project and bring it from the idea to the current implementation. Thank you for your attention, and I would be really happy to answer your questions if you have some.
Thanks very much, Slava. We have a few minutes for just a couple of questions from the audience, if anyone has anything that they'd like to ask Slava. On my right, anyone in the middle, the left, one at the back.
Thank you for the presentation. How did you create the music? So did you have I don't know, a composer, or do you have a composer in your team, or how do you choose the sound?
Well, basically,
sorry, not music.
Thank you for the question. I mean, our team consists of artists, and there was also, I'm also currently studying Master of Arts in the University of Arts Bremen, and three people from our team are also studying there. So we are designers, and we are working with sound as well. And for me, it was also important to create some sort of a pipeline, how the narrative, how the voice can be turned into, the propaganda voice can be turned into the voice, the sound, which was mainly, I think, 90% consisting of the synthesized sound, very rarely of some field recordings, because for some topics it was also interesting to convey the meanings through it. But I would say that it was always some sort of a ping pong in between the automatization, the AI approaches, and the interpretation we have, because we were trying to be very careful on one hand, and on the other hand we found ourselves in a way responsible for interpreting the narratives in the way we can do this. So yeah, and basically the art piece is being developed based on this choreography, or based on the notation of the graphs, how they develop depending on the events. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think we have time for just one more short question. Don't be shy. One over here. Do we have a microphone? Thank you.
Thanks very much. Could you tell us a little bit about the origination of the idea? Because I think you had the idea and presented it before the invasion. So it's quite a story.
Yeah, that was really strange, how to say. I don't really like this coincidence. So when the idea of studying the narratives of the war became the study of the narratives during the war. Yeah, so basically we have some experience of working with language analysis in the media. Let's say I had the big research project based on the HIV stigmatization before that, and I was really keen on starting to develop some methodology for doing this and make it more reproducible. So yeah, then I have the interest of studying the war rhetorics, and I think the idea came like in November or December, and then yeah, like after the first interview, the second interview for the MediaFutures program was kind of a little bit, yeah, provoked a little bit odd feeling.
What I think the reason I wanted to raise it, because I remember that difficult day, was that as artists you recognized some really serious risks about rhetoric turning into a reality that nobody wants. And yeah, it's very powerful.
Thank you.
Great, thanks very much. Okay, please join me in thanking Slava once again. Just a reminder for those viewing online, you can put your questions in the chat as well. They are being monitored, so don't be shy. Please type away and we will address those. Okay, so now it's my pleasure to welcome to the stage Johanna Sharmoon for our next talk. So Johanna is committed to promoting reading skills in the context of sustainability. Her main concern is to prepare complex sustainability topics in a child-friendly way and to convey them using digital media in order to give children the courage to protect the earth. A basis for this is the teaching of basic competence of reading. As a certified environmental manager, Johanna not only attaches importance to promoting the children's reading skills, but also to supporting the teachers so that they can support the pupils in the best possible way in learning to read in the context of sustainability. So, please welcome Johanna.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So, let me start with my presentation. And as said, one of the most pressing challenges, I think, in our time is the combating mis and disinformation, especially in an era where information travels at the speed of light, and our collective ability to discern fact from fiction is a vital skill, or became a vital skill. So this is especially true. I still need to put the presentation on, I think. This one in there. Okay. I'm not sure. Just a moment. Is the presentation somewhere on here?
What is it?
Sorry. Okay, sorry for this. Yeah, I was at the point where I was saying that information travels at the speed of light, and I think our collective ability to discern fact from fiction has become more crucial, so a vital skill. We consume news, a lot of people, more on social media, and the traditional outlets such as television, radio, or any other print material has become less and less. So I want to show you a little example of, and do kind of a test with you. I just need to wait until it's shown on here, because it is a very bad image. I'm sorry for that. But what I want to show here is a social media post that began making the rounds and was shared thousands of times after the US magazine Vogue featured Ukraine's first lady on its cover in late July, and it was published after several pictures of her and her husband were in a feature story. And this post suggested that in 1939 the magazine also featured a photo shoot with none other than Adolf Hitler and his wife, Eva Braun. And here it's important to say it is not true. The picture of Adolf Hitler and Eva Braun was never in the magazine nor on its cover. But what I want to show you with this, that we do live in a world where truth is elusive, so where falsehood is abound and trust in reliable information is eroded. So this is today's landscape. Misinformation thrives, stoking fear, division, confusion. And there is a key to this, so I don't want to only look at the negative side, but rather see a solution in it, and that's education. So equipping individuals with the skills of reading competences helps to discern fact from fiction, to evaluate sources, and also to challenge preconceived notions. So going back to the image, imagine you would be only able to evaluate what you see here by the help of your eyesight. So you're not able to read anything much beside that. Would you say you have enough access to fact-checking? Would you say that you could evaluate the information shown here just by looking at it and to identify if this image is speaking the truth or not? Would you say that reading is the basis against mis and disinformation in terms of that? If you are not able to read, yeah, you can only rely on what is shown. So I want to make the point that equipping any individual with reading skills is a key skill, and equipping students with such empowers them to be discerning consumers, to reduce the chances of falling for mis and disinformation. So going back or saying again, it was a social media post that was published, and a lot of people more and more consume social media. So I think it is important to also enhance the digital literacy skills and equip individuals to navigate in an online environment. After pinpointing that, let's do a little case study together. Let's have a look at Germany and the primary school sector and how the situation here is. How are the reading skills? Is the country combating mis and disinformation by equipping the students with the tools of media literacy? Well, just in May this year, a study was published, and that was republished by the German Federal Ministry of Education and Research. And it states that in Germany, the reading skills of the 4th graders are catastrophic. It says that 25% have not reached the basic reading competences that is necessary for further learning. 25% of the 4th graders. This result was published by the International Primary School Reading Survey, and it also shows that there are big differences between the strongest and the weakest, and those differences have increased significantly since 2001. There are several factors that contribute to the results of the study. So, for instance, limited reading times is one, so a growing use of digital devices and other entertainment forms are decreasing, the spending less time on reading activities, or the lack of reading culture within families and communities. We have a decreased exposure to print materials, but also the language and cultural factors. So children from different language and cultural backgrounds may have even additional challenges learning how to read, and also the lack of reading support, such as large classes, limited instructional time, and the emphasis on the individuals. Looking back at the difference between the strongest and the weakest is getting bigger, so looking more on the individuals should be important. But what can we do to help conquer the current situation? So what does help reduce the decline in reading skills? So imagine you're a 4th grader in school and reading is on the schedule for today's class. All the children pick up a book and start to learn to read. What could help you? What would foster your emphasis, your motivation to start learning to read? I think there are many ways to support and motivate children. One innovative way is the use of digital tools, for instance, and integrating reading activities in media that children already engage with, that they are excited about, and making the learning process more relatable and enjoyable to their environment. Yeah, so that's where we come in from Onilo. So we developed a captivating educational tool that is the animated board stories. So we are actually taking the book and create an animated board story out of it. This means that we are combining the power of storytelling with engaging or animated images and bringing the printed books to life. So the animations actually help the children with their learning and engage the senses, so drawing them deeper into the narration, really getting them intrinsically motivated to learn to read. And this is a combination of the animated images, the text, and the audio narration that helps the process of learning to read. And because it's you don't really see anything here, I will quickly switch to the story, and I brought one with me. Let's see. So it is a letter of Tiger from János, and I just started so you see what we did or what we are doing.
A letter for Tiger. The story of how Little Bear and Little Tiger invented the letterpost, the airmail, and the telephone. By János. One day, when Little Bear was setting off to go fishing in the river again, Little Tiger said, "Bear, I feel so lonely when you're away. I wish you'd write a letter home to cheer me up. Please do." "All right," said Little Bear, and he took a bottle of blue ink with him. He also took a canary's feather, because you can write very well with a canary quill pen. He took some notepaper too, and an envelope for his letter. When he was down by the riverside, first he put a worm on his hook, and then he put the hook and line in the water. And then he picked up the quill pen and wrote a letter on the notepaper in blue ink. It said, "Dear Tiger, this is to let you know that I am very well. How are you?" Please.
Yeah, and this is basically the first version of it. We created a lot of player functions are in place to support the kids. So for instance, we can decide to switch off the text that is shown, so you only
Peel the onions and boil the potatoes while
you see still the image and the animation, but the shown text is off. You still hear the audio. What we can also do is turn on and off the audio, but have the text shown, for instance, so that the kids are learning how to read and speak it out by themselves. And another very important function would be the autoplay function. This means that after every single text block, I just call it, like this one, the animated board story stops until all the kids in the class reach that point. Then the teacher or whoever is reading it starts it again, and then you have the next block of text. As the study showed, I want to pinpoint that again. So the differences between reading skills are very diverse. So what is difficult for one teacher is to get all the kids with all the different backgrounds, with all the different current status of their reading competencies into one flow, basically. So having this helps. If I show it as a teacher in front of the class, I can make sure that all the kids are joining it and are on the same page. I can also decide to have all the kids have their own little device. Is it a tablet or even a smartphone or whatsoever, to have individualized focus points. We have over 200 stories, so for each interest there's something there, for each reading capability or stage there's something there, and it's for us not just about the reading part, but also about conveying some messages or topics. For instance, our latest publication, it is in German. I will still show it to you because it's a very nice and nice visuals of a story that puts democracy into the main topic. So let me just go in there.
Das sahen die Zebras gar nicht ein. Die Löwen seien echt voll gemein. Sie fräßen selbst nur Kraut und Blatt und würden ohne zu jagen satt. Das sollten die Löwen mal probieren. Dann dürften sie auch hier regieren. Jetzt kamen auch noch die Elefanten. Im Schlepptau alle Anverwandten.
Yeah, so that are our animated board stories. And in addition to that, so we looked at what the functions of the board story player is and how to assist all the children at once on how to support them into their reading capabilities. We also further on support the teachers a lot. So what we've done, we created numerous material for the teachers for each individual story to be using in the class. It's PDFs, it's interactive materials, it's even instructions for arts and crafts and so on, a mix of anything or everything. And we also included, if we go back into the story, little games as we call them. So the story basically stops once, you can see it here and it pops up, once this small interactive activities are taking place. And then the teacher can decide and put it up here, so to involve the kids more into the story and get them more involved in what's going on within the literature and so on. So this opens the questions to have class interactions and so on, and also some other games that where the kids can just go ahead and click and search for something, so to ensure that they understood what is in the story. Yeah, that is just a little introduction of our platform and what we are doing in order to assist the kids to learn how to read. Yeah, I think to round it all off, just wanted to show you the importance to reading. So if the kids are not able to read, or the children are not able to, or were not taught to increase their reading competencies, as we were seeing in the social media posts, it's very difficult to verify what is behind a social media post, for instance, or what's behind an image, if it's speaking the truth, or if it's false information that was placed in the outlet. Especially looking at the studies that was released stating the current situation within the schools and the primary school sector, I think we definitely have something to do. There's a challenge there that we can't look away because the graph shows it's not necessarily getting better, rather the opposite. Yeah, very happy for some tools that assist not only the children but also the teachers to include that into their classes, into their teaching, and help combat mis and disinformation from an early stage on. Thank you so much. And because we didn't look at the entire or the whole story, here's a QR code. So if you want to take it home, look at it later, or so on, you can always do that. That's also a way teachers can give the children the stories with them home, in terms of maybe them not living in a household where German is a mother tongue and so on. They don't have, they have very limited resources to reading material, and then it can also be taken home for the pupils. Thank you.
Johanna, thanks so much for the beautiful presentation. I don't know about everyone else, the tiger was definitely my favorite. A little bit too cute. And we have a few minutes for some questions from the audience or any online, if we have any in the chat online. One over there on my right. Do we have a microphone? Where's it gone? Thank you very much.
Yeah, so it's a very interesting project, and we have like something quite, not quite similar, but something targeted in the same direction, like helping children. And I was wondering, like, did you think about a way, or do you have a way to, like, how do you quantify the impact of your work? We are still thinking about it. How do you quantify, like, how much difference do you make in terms of the reading skills of children?
You mean like looking at one story and having differentiation between what's going on? So on the one hand, we have the player functions, as I was showing, and for instance, if you have a tablet class or whatsoever, where each individual student has their own device, you can say, okay, you have your reading competences are at that level, so let me look what kind of story I can give you that supports you in gaining more reading competences based on your current status. So you can differentiate that in terms of the selection of the story on one hand. On the other hand, for instance, taking the, or not having the audio narration helps them to really read the lines and maybe have each kid read one paragraph and so on. Turning the function on and off would assist them individually. And then based on the educational material that we have alongside the stories, we also differentiate those. So we have some exercises that are more for students with not so many competencies, and with for students that are like overachieving, basically.
Yeah. But did you like made the study for like taking 10 students and them using your platform for like 1 month and see how much they improve their reading skills by using your platform? Or
no, like a long-term studies or anything like that is not in place. We are working together with a lot of teachers that are using us, so we get direct feedback from the user group basically and from the environment within the schools, but we haven't done our own studies on the effect of it yet.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Pleasure.
So much. That was easy.
I have a very short question, maybe like the next step for your question for the previous one. Is it possible, what do you think is possible in the framework of the classwork to get the feedback based on the, let's say, on one of the lesson, on one of the stories, like after the lesson have been taught? I mean, from the teachers, because you told you're getting the feedback from them, but in what form? Is it possible, like, to automatize it, to scale it up in a way?
Probably it is. We haven't automized it, so it's more in a dialogue that we have with teachers that are in our pool of close connections, basically. because we are in a school landscape, we always need to be very secure with all the data. So that's the massive thing why we also don't have too much verification or a database where you see each student and their level and so on of the reading competencies. But yeah, take it with me.
Yeah.
Good point. Thanks.
Any more questions in the room? There's one at the back just here. Okay.
Thank you. I just have a question about your product. What age group is it relevant for? And do you have maybe a long-term vision to also have products for a younger group?
That's what we're currently working on. So main focus is primary school kids, 1st to 4th grade. Since Corona, I would say there are a lot of 6th graders even that are not able to read properly yet. So we are looking at, on the one hand, scaling it up to an older, older kids, 5th and 6th grade, and also kindergarteners, because you don't necessarily need to read it yet, but be involved in literature and the images that already help understand the story and gain vocabulary and so on. So that are the two big focus parts we are currently having, yes.
Thanks. One more question at the back.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have a question about the physicality of the book, the digital versus analog. I mean, at this age, it's really also important for the little kids to touch a book. Have you been thinking of an AR app that would like add some layers of information, like text or sound, on top of a physical prop?
No. We definitely still see a huge value in the printed book. That's why we're working with editorial houses that are publishing children's books. So basically most of our portfolio is based on physical books that you can also purchase, for instance. Mm-hmm. But having the combination of having the book in the hand and then, for instance, the player functions as an aid for them to be able to learn how to read easier. We haven't thought about that, or it's not in plan. No.
Thank you.
Okay, and there's just time for one more short question from the room. We don't have any online questions, so don't be shy. One more in the room, one at the back.
As far as I understood from teachers and even from teachers in kindergarten, one of the main issues is that they have so many children that are not that don't have German as a mother tongue. So is your tool especially also addressing this point so that they can support these children?
Definitely. So if we take again the traditional book, you have the book and you open it and you need to know the words or have heard about it or whatsoever. Especially having being read to is a very important way for children to learn how to read. And if you don't have that at home because it's not the mother tongue, then having board stories is a very good way of compensating for that, because you have the narration, you have the written text, you see a little bit about what's going on, and even maybe do it together with the parents and have a little reading session with a board story where they don't necessarily need to know German in order to still read it together. Yes.
Great, lovely. Thanks again, Johanna. Just one moment as we make sure that we actually got the presentation in place. Okay, this is our third and final talk before the break. We'll then have a short break and followed by 2 more presentations. So now I'd like to invite to the stage Johanna, the SMA winner from the team MindBugs for Open Call 2 that happened last year. So Johanna is a computer science engineer and co-founder of TechWave. Through her work, Johanna creates artistic and interactive environments that merge the boundaries of artificial intelligence and human creativity, opening doors to a cross-domain dialogue. In recent years, her professional activities have primarily focused on areas such as artificial intelligence, full-stack development, and IoT development. So near enough everything. So please welcome Johanna.
Thank you. So, young generation, almost 2 years without normal school days, a big shift in the digital space, and isolation. All these while around was a global pandemic with waves of conspiracy theories and the war in the middle of Europe fueled by propaganda. Well, in this context, who and what can we trust? Because one thing is for sure, not even reality feels real anymore. I'm introducing you MindBugs. No, wait. Can you help me a bit? I just click next. So until it's over. So at MindBugs, we unite artists, journalists, and programmers against misinformation. What we do is that we restore the ability of young people to fortify their minds. We propose an innovative system that combines big data with artificial intelligence and artist visual interpretation, all summed up in our mobile application. But what exactly is a mind bug? Well, it is a bug for our minds. It is a metaphor, an artistic interpretation of the consequences produced by the waves of fake news in the public perception of reality. The mind bugs leads to errors in how we perceive, remember, reason, and make decisions. Our story started at the Young Artist Summer Camp in Cluj-Napoca. Using artificial intelligence, we extracted from big data about fake news key information and patterns that we discovered. We then presented young art students with our findings and asked them, how does a mind bug look like for you? They came up with the first visual interpretation of the mind bugs, which we took, improved, and incorporated into our mobile application. Our mobile application is a game that uses augmented reality to create an immersive experience. The universe of fake information blends into reality. The users have to fight misinformation in the form of destroying mind bugs. While doing so, they get gradually informed about mind bugs. They learn how misinformation works, what are its characteristics. They also get challenged to find mind bugs in real-world examples of fake news that have already affected and impacted our society. The visual identity of the mobile application is given by local artists from Cluj-Napoca. All the assets that you see in the mobile application and also in this presentation are hand-painted in collaboration with our artists. Because of this, they become an expression of the cultural heritage of each artist that we collaborate with. Together with the artists that we worked with, we created multiple tech and art exhibitions. There is a key place where we promote our mobile application and the artists that we work with. We already had one exhibition in Cluj-Napoca, and then we were invited to present our work into another exhibition. And we also plan to have another one. Now, these AI and art exhibitions are the place where things got really crazy from an organizational perspective, from a technical perspective, and from an artistic perspective. These were the places where we could test, experiment, and understand what is happening in our community. As an approach, what we decided to do was to create an immersive experience that took everything gradually. So we start from the first types of misinformation that were out there to the latest trends, and I will represent you which are the ones. The first level of abstraction is created by MindBugs The Screen, which is a collection of two-dimensional art pieces whose visual universe is based on the compositional, chromatic, and stylistic patterns of MindBugs. They were also the first to be published to a wider audience through MindBugs wallpaper application. From these 2D paintings that were presented in our exhibition, some MindBugs could come into reality in the form of augmented reality through the mobile phones. Then we tested how people interact with mixed realities. The first mixed reality is augmented reality using different devices. We have MindBugs The Hive, which is an indoor augmented reality application, a metaphor for the invasion of the alternative in the real space. Also, MindBugs The Invasion, which is an urban augmented reality installation that places giant insectoids in key points of the city. Then we proceeded with MindBugs Transparency, which is a holographic installation focused on problem of destructuring and reconfiguring self according to external norms. Here, the visitors of our exhibition would come and take a photo of them in less than a minute. We would project them in the middle of our exhibition, saying some really weird claims that they never said before. This is how we confront them directly to how easy it is to manipulate information. We also have MindBugs The Hive, which was a test for tactile colonizing games. Now, the last level of abstraction, you also have the chance to experiment right here. We have the VR set here. So it's the MindBugs I Am Eusebiu, which is a VR experience in which the user progressively immerses himself in a reality that operates according to unknown rules. It was a very important part because right now there is all this metaverse, new kind of technologies, and it's really interesting in terms of misinformation and disinformation, how we could in the future categorize these things when nothing will be real and everything will be like digital in the metaverse. We were so lucky because we had over 100 visitors per day, and we could talk to each of them and understand what are the problems which they are facing in the community in order to better understand and incorporate everything from their feedback into our works. The feedbacks from the clients were really good. We have over 97% interest of them to come to our next exhibition. And I want to emphasize that this was a paid exhibition. They had to pay the ticket. And even though the ticket was 5 times more expensive than a normal museum ticket in Cluj-Napoca, they still were really impressed of what we've done and wanted to come to our next exhibitions. This is why for the exhibition we had a revenue of over €500 per day. And also for the mobile application we have in-app purchases of premium assets, collaboration, and commercial with different journalistic and media organizations who want to promote their work targeted for Gen Z through our mobile application in collaboration. But I've talked about these MindBugs like they are meaningful just from the start, but why they are meaningful? Well, when we first thought about MindBugs, we said, well, they have to be inspired by big data about fake news, from our region. But what we discover is that the European and Eastern European regions are highly underrepresented in terms of big data about mis and disinformation. That means that not only us, we couldn't do what we proposed to, but also specialists cannot meaningfully combat misinformation because they don't have enough data to study. More than this, the work of fact-checking journalists is not gathered anywhere. It's scattered across multiple independent organizations and is not put together in any kind of place. In order to overcome this, not only we've created some of our own debunks, but we needed to become an aggregator of independent fact-checking organization. We also had a competition, and this was the approach that we took in order to create a data set with high value, high volume data set that we can study and from which we can extract MindBugs. From this data set, as I said, we use it to extract MindBugs, but more lately, after talking with multiple journalistic organizations, we realized that this kind of resources would be very useful for them too. This is why we started another tool which helps journalists better investigate the universe of fake information by finding correlation and patterns through a knowledge graph. This is done in collaboration with another artist from MediaFutures, Michael Wallinger. Because we started this project 1 year ago, and because we have this unique composition of both art, technology, and big data, we were invited to present our work to multiple international events. This is how we not only promote our work, but we promote the artists that we collaborate with and our collaborator organizations. This would not have been possible without an amazing team. The strongest point of our team is the fact that we can combine technical expertise with journalistic experience and artistic visual interpretation. Through this combination, we can create something which is meaningful for our audience and immersive and can be of use for them. As a quick overview of what I've just presented, so for the MindBugs mobile application, we start from big data about misinformation, which was first visually interpreted at the Young Artist Summer Camp. We incorporate this into our mobile application. We promote our work, our artists, and our collaborators through our exhibitions, and we are really happy that we've created a passionate and supporting community around our project. I invite you all to download our mobile application from the Play Store and give us your feedback. We are really happy that we've managed to enter 2 other acceleration programs after the MediaFuture. And also, we are really happy that MediaFuture helped us. And it was a great starting point to have all these expertise, support of the community. And for us, it changed the game. So thank you, MediaFutures. Thank you all.
Thanks so much, Johanna. It's really great to see the evolution of the project over the last year. I mean, we met last October in Paris, and already we can see so much more work that's gone into it. So congratulations.
Thank you.
So once again, we have plenty of time for questions in the room. So who would like to take the mic? Any questions for Johanna? And on the right, there's one from Slava.
Thank you. Mainly, I have a very obvious and short question. It's currently available for Android. Are you planning to expand it to the iOS platform as well?
Yes, we cannot wait to expand it also to the iOS platform. A lot of people are asking us that. It's just that we had such a limited time and resources, and what we focused on was developing. For example, when we met in Paris, we had this mobile application which was using geolocation. And for the exhibition, we presented young kids like with our mobile application and asked them, how do you feel about it? And they were like, look, I love destroying these MindBugs, but I don't feel like walking to the next intersection to see your MindBug. Like, I won't do that. And then winter came and it was freezing outside. And yeah, they didn't want to do that. So we were like, okay, we need to rethink that. What is most important? They learn about mis and disinformation, they destroy MindBugs, and they get to know all this artistic concept. And we just kept that and redo the whole mobile application. So the mobile application that you will experience today is just keeping the key elements from the mobile application that we presented in Paris, and then we just redo it for our clients, for them to like it. Then we showed the new version of the mobile application to the kids, and we were like, how do you feel about it? Well, I love that I'm destroying all these MindBugs, I like it. And then we were like, okay, but what did the red MindBug meant? And they were like, I don't know, I didn't read anything. So then we added, get extra points if you answer this question right, and we would put the text near so you can read it again in case you totally ignore it in the first time. So we just redo everything in small iteration in order for the game to be appealing to the public and for them to want to play it. Because what I've saw for other mobile applications is that the kids hate the mobile application that are teaching you anything because they are made by adults and they don't really understand much about what they like. So all our effort was put into this. And yeah, we didn't have the chance to explore to other platforms because we really focused on making the kids like it and enjoy it.
Thank you.
Any more questions from the room here?
Thank you. You mentioned tuning it so the kids would like it more. How about going on towards adults? Making something, because this feels like something I'd love to play as well, and I wouldn't mind walking to kill the next red MindBug, right? But are you thinking about how to take this sort of to the next level in that sense?
Yeah, so what we've discovered is that we created all these MindBug things for kids, and in order to have like something meaningful, we had to gather a lot of big data. And we started looking for patterns and correlation that we want to tell them further to the kids to understand, to see. But we found that it's really hard for us to see through all this kind of disinformation. And we started exploring the big data that we've collected. And it was one project that I've started is to organize everything as a knowledge graph, to see the patterns and see the correlation and how exactly is this information organized to promote certain narratives. And when I've created this small MVP, I was like, well, maybe there's something interesting about this to everyone. And what happened was that we've proposed this project to a small hackathon for International Press Institute in Vienna. They liked it. We went there and presented in front of like 100 journalists, and they all really liked it. So we took some funding, and we are further developing this exploratory tool built on top of big data that helps you find correlation or MindBugs in a more professional, let's say, point of view. But then all this knowledge that we gather from this big data, we want to make it available for everyone, including kids, so they can fortify their minds and see patterns and correlation through the game, through the augmented reality game.
Yeah. And I think we had another question from the left side of the room. Come on, team left. It's the first left question. Who had the question over here? There we go.
Hi. First of all, congratulations. My question was actually partially answered by the previous reply, but yeah, I was just wondering if you have any plans on expanding this sort of data set and perhaps creating a much needed Eastern European sort of touch point or base or center or huge Excel sheet, whatever it may be, to have more data precisely on misinformation.
Yeah, this was one of our ambitions, actually, but sometimes it's such a big ambition that I feel like I shouldn't say it out loud, but let's just say it. Yeah, we want to create the biggest data set of fact checks specifically to the Eastern European region. This is our ambition, this is what we want to do, and make it publicly available. This is why we first started, let's create our own debunks, and it went quite slow because you need to debunk disinformation statements that affects your society. So it's not like you will do 100 per day, you will do like 1 per week. And we're like, okay, this is too slow, we are not going to obtain big data. And we start aggregating independent organizations, talking with them. But what we've created a bigger data set, but what I've recently thought about is this is also too slow. And we actually looked with our lawyers through the legislation, and it is legal if you get the disinformation statements for different fact-checking organizations without their approval, as long as you do not use the intellectual property of the person who wrote the debunk. So you just take the statement. And this would be our next step, like raid all the fact-checking organizations in Europe, get them, and then take them one by one and see if they agree to our mission and want to join us, and then get also the debunking text into the data set. But this is how we want to rapidly accelerate in order to create this much needed data and make it openly available.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you. And I think we have one question online.
Yes, I'm gonna read it. The question is, who else is doing this work in Eastern Europe?
Who else is doing fact-checking? Can you read it again, please?
Who else is doing this work in Eastern Europe? And thank you for the talk.
Yes, so one of our partners is Veridica, for example, who is one of the biggest fact-checking organizations in Romania. They have amazing work, and they were the first to share their data set with us. Also G4 Media, also we talk with Factual, and some other fact-checking organizations. So there are a lot of fact-checking organizations spread around and by themselves. And in terms of mobile application that is for kids and kids destroy the MindBugs, from my knowledge, we are the only ones. Yeah, thank you for the question.
Thank you very much. We still have a couple of minutes left. If there are any more questions in the room, please feel free. Anyone I can't see behind a concrete pole? No, I think we're good. This was a really fantastic talk. Thank you very much, Johanna, again.
Thank you.
It's really good to see the... it's really good to see these extra collaborations coming out with other people that you've met on the MediaFutures program, such as Michael. So it's been a networking event as well as a forum for you to help develop this work. So thanks once again. Okay, so we have a little bit more time now for our break. So we'll be breaking now for about 35 minutes. And so feel free to stretch your legs, go for a little walk outside along the water, get a cup of coffee, and then please reconvene here just before 4 o'clock Central European time. Thank you very much. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Anyone here in Hamburg with us? Can you please join us back in the audience? We will shortly start our next presentation. So just to announce a slight change to the schedule that you might have seen online, we were going to be having a presentation on the MediaFutures Toolkit. The title of this presentation is Can Conversational Agents Help Provide the Tools of Data Literacy? So difference in presentation, same speaker. So please welcome Johanna Walker from King's College London. Again, KCL is one of the MediaFutures Consortium partners helping to organize everything for us. Dr. Johanna Walker is an entrepreneurial academic in data-driven innovation, specializing in public and private sector co-creation, smart cities, open data and data sharing, data governance and literacy, and related fields. She has previously worked on media operations, strategy, and marketing with a broad range of experience across all sizes of companies. She also supports entrepreneurship activities in academia and has particular expertise with launching products, departments, and companies, as well as business strategy plan creation. So please give a warm welcome to Dr. Johanna Walker.
Thank you. So with that background, it obviously makes sense that much like everybody at the moment, I'm actually going to talk about generative AI. So yes, one of the ways we disseminate the knowledge gained and the innovations developed in MediaFutures, we obviously disseminate it through the artworks, the exhibitions, the products being launched, but we also do this through policy briefings and academic research. So some of the things that we've been looking at in terms of the academic research that's really kind of developed out of MediaFutures. For instance, we have written a paper on AI art and misinformation, which we are going to present at a conference in Montreal in August, and that's about, as we've heard earlier today, how strategies such as media literacy and fact-checking are employed, but how are they specifically used in MediaFutures? There's a paper being worked on at the moment about the use of data in the MediaFutures projects. We have started working with some of you, and particularly we've piloted with Climate Change Machine, who are a cohort 1 artwork, on trying to look at the effectiveness of these misinformation and disinformation countering strategies. We are working with a number of people and organizations, including People's Economy, who did the Citizens Economy Dashboard in cohort 2, on a project for conversational agents, that's essentially ChatGPT, for data discovery and sense making. We have got a project on analyzing application data. And of course, some of you attended the workshop yesterday with Julia, where we started looking at what does generative AI mean for disinformation. And so what I'm going to talk about today is a pilot research study, the results of that we did for this work on conversational agents for data discovery. How does this fit into the MediaFutures landscape? Well, as we heard earlier, handily, literacy of all forms is a crucial way to counter misinformation, disinformation. And sometimes people consider other forms of literacy under media literacy, such as data literacy and algorithmic literacy, as part of these counteracting strategies. As a researcher into data literacy, I see it as a whole strand in itself, but it is certainly part of that umbrella of methods and approaches. Most of the projects and participants in MediaFutures across the cohorts have used media literacy strategies as part of their work. So this data literacy is a crucial part of that. The issue with data literacy is that we are all illiterate when the text is a language that we don't know and we have no dictionary. When we first started researching this, what we started understanding was we could work with groups of people who were quite technically competent in the way that we understood general day-to-day technical competence at the times. This was about 2015. We were looking at this, and we would find lots of groups of people who had excellent, for instance, Excel abilities and could write a macro and all those things you needed to do at the time. But in terms of when they were thinking about any data that wasn't just a set of numbers that was in an Excel spreadsheet, there were huge challenges around that. And so the issue with data literacy is this isn't just people, it's really that anybody can be data illiterate. It's across a whole range of people, and this is so important for us to address it. What is data literacy? Well, we're still, obviously, working on how do we actually define this. But roughly, here is a little Venn diagram that looks, it's really about reading data, working with data, and of course communicating with data. That's the whole aspect of being able to do visualizations and understand visualizations. However, there is slightly more to it than that is particularly important when we're working with data in civic society. What do I mean by that? We did some research. We kind of felt intuitively that of what is published, what the academic research that's published already about data literacy was really in 3 kinds of groups, and we felt that data literacy was a little bit different for each of these groups, so we did some topic modeling on this, and we discovered that, yes, what is published and what's important about data literacy in education very much differs from what's published and what's important about data literacy in fields and professions. And what we were looking at was very much civic society, so using civic tech, people using, for instance, open data, and you can see from this little topic model visualization here that we have open data really at the center of it. And so what became crucial was not only this being able to read data and to work with it and to communicate with it, that unlike in education, where most of the data was developed from what people were understanding about programs they were delivering, unlike fields and professions where mostly what happens with the data is it's collected as part of day-to-day work and then it ends up on someone's desk and they have to do something with it, with civic society, there is a lot of having to go out there and find the data. Therefore, data discovery in all its forms became an important part of data literacy for civic society as a broad group. And then there's just some ideas down here. So, for instance, this is the ODI study here in Verarity et al. And the Daedalus study. Daedalus was another Horizon project that I've got indicated here. We're both looking at, okay, what are the skills needed for general data literacy that could be applied in various different ways, and how do we communicate them? How do we educate? How do we assess them? And one of the things that came up was, of course, some of data literacy skills are really about critical thinking and what we initially started calling soft skills, but very quickly started calling strategic skills. And those kinds of competences, again, not about knowing some specific tech ability, because actually what happens is if you go to do something, particularly in a job, for instance, if you need a particular technical skill, you'll quite often get taught that. You might learn a technical skill at university, you might just learn it online. It's much harder, obviously, to pick up the general strategic skills and competencies in that way, and they're harder to define, and therefore there has to be more work done on developing those and communicating those. And that brings us back to saying that part of those strategic skills need to be data discovery, that is, actually working out what data you want and where it's possible for you to find it. One of the issues, of course, is that if you have, say, a problem that you want to solve and you think, is there some data out there, the data set is highly unlikely to be named in exactly the way you want to do it. It's highly unlikely to be sitting there going, yes, this is the data set Johanna wants to be able to address a homelessness problem in Winchester that involves both hospitals and the judicial system. And so therefore you have to do a lot of work on understanding what those data sets might be, who might own them, who might publish them, where they might publish them, and that's the location part of data discovery. However, sadly, even if you do all that work, there's still another challenge, and that is sense-making. So then working out, do I understand this data? What's really in this? I remember when we were doing some work with in fact, our volunteers who are working on homelessness data in Winchester, we found some really lovely NHS data, which measured everybody not by operations or patients or anything you might consider useful, but by something that appeared to be groups of operations delimited by how the NHS measured them, as opposed to how anyone on the street might understand them. And so it was completely impossible for us to use it. So that's part of sense making. So where do conversational agents come into this? Right, this is a quote from The Economist. Like souped-up search engines, chatbots can also help humans fetch and understand information. I want to make it quite clear that I know the difference between a generative AI conversational agent and a search engine. I know that largely many of them, including ChatGPT, are not actually hooked up to the web and not actually fetching information. However, let's put that aside and just understand that what if that's true, if they can help humans fetch and understand information, then hopefully, maybe they can help us fetch and understand, so discover and make sense of one of the building blocks of information, which is data. Okay, so that is our jumping off point for this. I'd also like to say from now on, the art is art I created by putting random terms. In this case, it's random. In the next one, it actually is the title of the slide, into stable diffusion via the Night Cafe Studio generator. So this piece of art, which I actually quite like, I put the term cork bitter lemon chicken into, into stable diffusion. And this is what it felt a cork bitter lemon chicken in a pop art style might be. So let's talk about what is the state of the art currently in data discovery? And again, this is, I can't remember quite which style this was. I think this might be hyperreality for when I put the term data discovery into stable diffusion. It believes that hyperreality might involve being stared at by someone in a fairly spooky way. So how people currently discover data, and this is research that has been done by myself, Elena Simperl, and other members of our groups, both in Southampton and at King's College, London. Really, mostly it's found via portals, quite often open data portals that are run by municipal and other government bodies, state, national, supranational players such as data.europa.eu. Another way, obviously, is search engine, possibly Google dataset search, but more often just a regular search engine such as Google. Another, and quite an important way that people discover data is through personal recommendation. They ask around. They say, you know, if you were looking, where would you find this data? And lastly, there are freedom of information and equivalent requests under other legal dominions, which obviously is a little bit of a slow process and doesn't tend to get you very much more, if at all, if you get anything at all, than exactly what you asked for. So all these issues have some kind, all these methods have some kind of issue around them. I mean, portals, although they're very familiar to those of us who've just spent a decade working in open data, are not necessarily familiar to everybody. Search engines are obviously familiar to pretty much many people. However, again, we have this issue of what terminology do you put in? How exactly do you describe your data set? How do you understand your data set? once a search engine has found it? What's it going to tell you about it that's going to help you make sense of it? Again, the issues with freedom of information requests I've already discussed, and personal recommendation. Well, you have to have the language, you have to have the knowledge to ask people what data do you recommend I use, and you need to be able to kind of specify your request quite well, and you also have to be in the right group of people who also know where this data might be found. So there's quite a few barriers there. So intuitively, without actually doing any research, intuitively, using a natural language interface makes absolute sense. You don't need to you don't need to go to a specific portal. You don't need to think of specific terms and define your search terms specifically. You can just go back and forward. Maybe it's as good as a personal recommendation, who knows? And although it may not address freedom of information and equivalent requests, then those aren't a huge number anyway. So that's a good start, we thought, a good jumping off point for this research. So let's look at sense making. So as I've already touched on, sense making, it really is addressing the usability of the data that you found. Do you understand it? What is the actual content? Is it in fact interoperable with other data you want to use, and how do you know that? What's its granularity? Anybody who's used, tried to integrate, for instance, local authority data with data collected by a different body that also is operating in that area. For instance, in the UK, you might be trying to integrate NHS data with schools data. They're all delivered in different kind of catchment areas. They will cover slightly different geographical area. Your NHS trust might cover one area, but the edges of those, the boundaries of that area, don't necessarily match entirely with, for instance, your school catchment data. And this causes a challenge. There's also the issue, very importantly, of licenses. How are you allowed to use this data? How do you know? Not all data is published with its license, even now, tragically. How do you know how you can use this data? Does it have documentation? How do you know how timely it is? So, and importantly, you also need to bring domain expertise to your data to understand if it is actually what you want. So intuitively, again, this is a really positive argument for conversational agents. They should aid with this sense-making concept because we can talk to them, we can interrogate it further. So I just want to quickly talk about what our known limitations are of, this is of ChatGPT-3, which is the agent we used for the research I'm going to talk about. So there is an issue that you may well get quantity over quality. You may well, they are very well designed for creating ideas over truth. If you do get truth, it's a statistical experience, really. Prompting, that writing the correct term, is a dark art. That we're going to get, every word you get next is probability, not context. So let me give you an example of why that might be a problem. If I say to somebody, in my household, please could you feed the probability of that being dog or cat next is more or less equal without the context being that I have cats, I don't have a dog. So one is completely inaccurate, although a perfectly good sentence, because I've got no reason for a dog to be fed, whereas I do need cats to be fed. So it makes quite a difference to have context. Obviously, with 3.5, we have a cutoff date of September 2021 for its training data. And as I've already mentioned, it is absolutely not a search engine, which might bring issues with actually being able to recover data off the web, and of course with timeliness and other issues like that. So let me talk about the pilot research we did into whether we could use conversational agents, in this case ChatGPT-3, as a tool of data literacy. So we had 10 respondents, 3 of them in our pilot study. I should say that we are going on now to do a larger study with another 40 participants in it. And at the moment, we're hoping that those participants will be in the UK, they will be in Germany, they will be in India, and they won't be in the UK, they'll be in England, they will be in Germany, they will be in India, and they will be in Wales. So we're going to also try and look at some of the linguistic aspects. So of our respondents in the first first workshop, we had 3 with experience in conversational agents, 2 with very little experience in conversational agents, and 5 with some experience. They were all technically competent. They were all PhD students in the Department of Informatics at King's College London, so very technically competent. We asked them which of the previous methods of discovering data they'd used. For the data we were going to ask them to try and get ChatGPT to help them with. 1 hadn't tried to search for the data set beforehand. 9 of them had used Google, 6 had used a portal, and 4 had used personal recommendation. And what we did was we set up a protocol for them to do some searching for data, and then the discovery part using ChatGPT, for them to ask then enough questions for them to make sense of that data set, and for them to answer some questions about the experience throughout the process. So these are our preliminary results. They didn't just look for data sets that were specific to their work. They looked for data sets about upcoming AI machine learning conferences, but also German credit scores, London property prices, Islamophobia, the Panama Papers, music and motion recognition, peer production discussions, multimodal Wikidata, ontology-related tasks, and for use in developing a recommender model. Of these searches, 6 ended in a usable data set, and 4 did not. Now, of that, despite only 6 returning a usable data set, we also asked, did ChatGPT return you some useful supporting information, so this sense-making information? And there were 6 people, again, saying they got useful supporting information, but we also got 2 saying, yeah, what they did, it didn't actually find me any data sets, but it gave me some useful supporting information and some useful guidance. So we started thinking, okay, well, this could be interesting. And 2 of them said, no, nothing. At the beginning, we did ask, do you have an idea of what ChatGPT will provide? Again, so this is people who've worked with data, of our respondents, 8 of them had looked at ChatGPT before and felt at least a little bit confident with it. And I would characterize the expectations as low. So they said, for instance, I would expect ChatGPT to give me a link to the data set and provide its name. So that's reasonable, but it's not really going above and beyond what might happen on Google today. And people saying, for instance, well, obsolete data might come up because it can't suggest anything more recent than its training data. Someone pointed out that ChatGPT might return it's not able to find these data sets because of ethical concerns. Obviously, that's probably the Islamophobia data set. And again, there's that idea that people who have worked with it have come up with, this idea that a lot of the time chat will actually say to you, no, I'm not allowed to do that kind of thing. I'm an AI, and I'm not going to give you some personal information, and I'm not going to deliver you some hate speech. However, and this is a different piece of research, and I know some of you were in the workshop yesterday with Julia talking about that, there are easily ways around that. And people saying, I particularly like this person who said, well, I think ChatGPT is going to give me something it's half hallucinated. Perhaps it's going to make up an example of something. So again, just not much faith in the experience at the outset. And then we got these results. Again, only 10 respondents, but we started thinking, these are unusual compared to the people's expectations. So we said, how did you find the process of interacting? Easy and smooth, very natural. Someone said they didn't like the answers, but they liked the process. Oh, it was a nice chatting experience, said someone else. The quality of the response was terrible, but the actual experience was good. Oh, it was easy to chat with. They couldn't somehow get them to understand the request, so there's something in there. where despite the fact they had a challenging experience trying to get it to understand the request, they still found it easy to chat with. And this made us start thinking, okay, well, there's something in here somewhere about that ease of that process that's maybe quite powerful, and we've probably got to look at that further. So this was the most interesting result here. So we said, what was the outcome today of interacting with ChatGPT? 9 people said that they'd had a successful or somewhat successful experience. Remember that only 6 people got a data set. So there's still people finding this a really good method and finding that they got something out of it, even if they didn't find the data. And we really need to explore what that can be, because if this is such an easy way for people to develop their knowledge, such a simple way for them to interact and they feel comfortable with it, it's easy and smooth and natural, then we need to explore what we can do to ensure they can also find the data and make sense of it. So compared to previous methods, where people had used previous methods to find data, how effective was ChatGPT? That was our final question. And on the positive side, they said, well, what's good compared to other processors is it gives you all this supporting information. It provides summaries. It takes what you need to know about the data and will just summarize it for me. Although this is somebody who failed to actually find the data set, they still felt it gave them guidance on finding it in the future. That in itself is a powerful data literacy tool. They found it useful to get previews, and in particular, and I think any of us who has, had a challenging time trawling array trying to find data sets, they found it fast. On the downside, they had a real problem with how much it apologizes. People really felt it wasted quite a lot of their time apologizing. They had sometimes a lack of confidence in the results. And I would have to get somebody who's more of a psycholinguist to explore, is part of that lack of confidence because they know it's not the right data set, or is because you've got a conversational agent apologizing, which is never going to inspire anybody with confidence. And finally, one person still felt that it requires too much domain knowledge to interpret. So that is the beginning of our research. As I said, we're now expanding that into multiple groups, so we'll be able to actually quantify the responses, as well as just look at the qualitative results. But given, as I said at the beginning, how important data literacy is as part of media literacy, it seems at the moment that if we continue to explore this, then generative AI and ChatGPT and its counterparts on other language models could be a really important part of that. So, thank you.
Thanks so much for the fascinating talk. That definitely opens up some questions over style over substance and things of that nature for sure, and how that resonates with people. Okay, so we've got plenty of time for questions once again, so we'll check the room. And then again, if you are watching online, you can still field your questions and we will get to you. They are being monitored live, so please don't be shy and go ahead. So firstly, in the room, do we have any questions for Johanna? Yes. One over here.
Hi there. In terms of the use case of researchers finding information, is this something where you're focused solely on ChatGPT, or is this something where fine-tuning an open source model would fit the bill better, maybe?
So what we were doing really was just trying to work with what we thought people was available to people. So we started off with the open, free-to-use version of ChatGPT, just because we were trying to think, we were trying to replicate that whole experience of what might somebody be using. We then realized that by the time we got around to presenting this information, that ChatGPT 3.5 would be so completely out of date, it wasn't actually possible. As nice as it was to try and do this whole kind of, let's do the experience in the wild, by the time we get around to presenting it, which we hope will be next May, because that is the academic cycle, it would just be so out of date. So we then decided, okay, we're going to have to not only bump up to the most recent version of chat, but we're also going to have to look at some other models. We then ran up against the problem that we wanted to do a German workshop, German research, and of course we can't use BARD in Europe. And I wouldn't remotely want to try and do that either. And so then that kind of limited us to, if we can't use BARD everywhere, we're not going to be able to have those comparatives. So then, but we might still use BARD in the UK in one of our workshops because it's legal. And we might also look at using Bing as a comparator. So we're not against, we're very pro trying to make these comparisons, especially looking at the versions that are hooked up to search engines, seeing if it does make a difference.
Yeah, absolutely. It must be a big challenge staying up with the cutting edge of technology and cutting edge research rather than the recently blunted edge.
What happened actually when we wrote the protocol, we wrote it for GPT-3, and by the time we came to do the research, it was already GPT 3.5 had just launched the day before. So.
Any more questions in the room? One just over here. Gentleman in the hat.
Yeah, this is really interesting to think about. Thank you. I'm not sure how to formulate this question, but I'm thinking about in finance, there was a problem with financial models being trained on past data that couldn't foresee black swan events, and also the impact of having the model on future predictions. So people basing their decisions based on what the model had predicted, which changes behavior moving forward. I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts on that, or if there's any research about that, because it's something I think about a lot.
Yes, I mean, this is totally outside the scope of our research, but I can't help feeling that, again, if we started talking to people who are working in psycholinguistics, people, how would the way that ChatGPT and other large language models actually respond and interact, how is that likely to change people's behavior? Because even our little study here suggested it was likely to change how they felt. And these were people who, as I say, they were all PhD students. So in the wider, more diverse audience, is it likely to have more impact? And what could that do to change people's behavior and influence them? And that's before you even start thinking, what if it just makes something up and they don't have the domain knowledge to understand that it was made up. So yes, there are so many, from quite small ways it could influence it negatively to quite large ways it could influence it negatively. And these are all things that we have to be aware of, because one of the things we got asked when I first did this is ChatGPT a friend or foe? And I said, well, it's a little bit like when you've got teenage children and they bring home that one friend who is quite clearly a bit of a bad apple. But if you start telling your child, you can't go near that child, they'll run off and start vaping with them behind the loos and the bike sheds. So what you have to do is you have to say, well, that friendship is happening. How am I going to work with it? And that's, I think, what we need to do when we explore things like the negative sides, the potential for hallucinated, incorrect information and people making decisions based on that. It's really important that we think about that as, how can I make that teenage friendship as positive as possible and try and get the upside without too much downside.
Yeah. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that people are working on tools to actually dehumanize some of the language. So rather than the system responding with, I understand such and such, to actually change some of that text automatically to the system is trained on such and therefore has this kind of response. So to de-anthropomorphize some of the language that comes out of it, which is, I guess, intentionally currently anthropomorphized because they know that that is what engages with people.
Yeah, and one of the problems is when you, to an extent, it's good to have it anthropomorphized because as we saw in our research, it made people feel positive about the experience. And the more people don't feel scared about data literacy and don't feel scared about looking for data, and the more they feel it's an easy process, the better. So yeah, it's a little bit of a catch-22 situation at the moment that we've got to try and find the positive way through.
Any more questions here in the room? Team left side. No more just yet. One at the back.
Thank you. So it's more like sharing an issue with you. So at the age of prompt art, many artists, and I know a few of them, are quasi misbehaving with language, because you have to reverse engineer these models, and finally you end up by even get confused in just like writing a proper, because you have this, I have a friend of mine who spent like a month on Midjourney, like he get really crazy about it, and he sent me an email, and the email was really like very weird linguistically speaking. And so do you think that actually using these agents could lead in kind of like, not a disinformation, but like a dislinguism? I don't know how to say it, but yeah, I can see like a negative effect on the language processing in a way. So
yes, that would definitely be an area. We are going to be looking at prompts. I did read a really fascinating paper about prompting AI art, which of course there are many dimensions, and if somebody's making art, then they've got many more dimensions in their head that they want to put into that prompt. So I think that looked quite exciting. People were really kind of developing quite specific ways of producing more and more accurate results for what they'd imagined they wanted to create. Data is a little bit different. I'm not sure, maybe we have to do this work, how exactly someone is going to prompt for a data set, because in more detail on multiple dimensions. Because if you really don't know that data set, how are you going to envisage what it looks like? And this is certainly some work that we have to do. But is it going to make us all start talking chat language? I don't know. My kids just talk TikTok, so maybe they'll become multilingual.
What was it? Bitter chicken something?
It was cork bitter lemon chicken.
Cork bitter lemon chicken. Was this the first thing that you attempted, or was this after a 2-hour stretch at midnight?
It was the first.
Random terms.
Because of course what we were doing is we were like trying to, exactly what you're talking about, we're trying to put terms in that made sense in our heads and see what it came up with. And then I thought, well, what if it's good at hallucinating? Let's put something that makes no sense at all. And then, of course, it had lots of issues with it. For instance, cork can be a place, it can be a material, it can be something that goes in a bottle. I didn't hyphenate bitter lemon, so what was the bitter to do with it? Was it for the whole concept, or was it just the lemon? Was lemon a fruit, or was it a colour? Is it a feeling of sourness? And then, of course, chicken. Is it a live chicken? Is it a cooked chicken? Is it someone who's scared? So I felt there would be quite a lot of room for it to hallucinate something, which it did very satisfactorily. Although I have to say that a month later, I repeated the experience, and it was much more boring. And I thought, "Ooh, have we been taking some of the hallucinatory fun out of it?" Not that I want it to hallucinate anything, but I was a bit sad. It just looked a bit more like something I could have thought of for myself.
Yeah. We're looking forward to the gallery installation at some point. Cork bitter lemon chicken. Any more questions in the room? Did you have one more?
Yeah, just a comment on. So it turns that when we're doing generative art with AI, the best way you can describe what you want is the negative form, saying I don't want to see a dwarf, I don't want to see the moon, and so on and so forth. And I think that could shed a light on data literacy as well, so that we ask people to describe things not by what they are, but what they are not.
That is really fascinating. Thank you. When we start doing our work on prompting, then I will definitely take that into account. Thank you.
We still have a few minutes if there are any more questions in the room. Any on my left? Going once? Anyone in the middle? There we go.
Yeah, thinking about what you're just saying, I was wondering if you've brought ordinary language philosophy into this at all, because I've with language models and text image generators, I often put in words just like autonomy to see what it brings up, or things that could be interpreted in multiple ways. And it seems like there's some resonances with AJ or Wittgenstein or something like that. And I'm wondering if there's any thoughts along those lines?
That might be going above my pay grade. Does anybody else in the room, because we had some really fascinating chats yesterday, has anybody else in the room got anything to say to that one? I think that's just maybe someone can corner Derek during the drinks and give him the thoughts on that, but I have I have quite a few degrees, but none of them were in philosophy, so.
Let's just check if there are any questions online. Do we have any online? No, none left. Okay, so last call from the audience. Any questions? Going once, going twice. Closed. So please, thank you once again,
thank you.
Dr. Johanna Walker. Okay, and in a slight adjustment to the schedule, we do have another small break now before our next speaker joins us. So feel free to stretch your legs or grab a drink if need be, and I will call you back as soon as we're about to start. Thank you very much. everyone. Okay, everyone, thanks very much for your patience. We'll be starting in just a couple of seconds. If you could take your seats, if you're here with us in Hamburg. If you're here still watching online, please do remember that you can put your questions in the chat, and we will pitch them to our speaker after his presentation. So it's my pleasure to welcome to the stage Dr. Leif Kramp for our keynote presentation. Dr. Kramp is a communication and media scholar, publicist, and historian. He is research coordinator at ZEMKI, the Center for Media, Communication and Information Research, University of Bremen. He also co-chairs the non-profit VOCA and is a founding board member of the Association for Media and Journalism Criticism. For his academic career, he works as a freelance journalist for news agencies, daily and weekly newspapers, as well as consumer and trade magazines focusing on media and culture. He has authored and edited over 30 books and studies on media change and digital transformation, most recently, New Perspectives in Critical Data Studies, published just last year. Currently, he co-leads the international project npj.news to build an online portal on the subject and perspectives of charitable journalism. So please give a warm welcome to Dr. Leif Kramp.
Thank you. Thank you, and a big sorry for being late. So that happens when you drive by car. You shouldn't do that these days. But I was in the country and had an appointment there, and so long story and 2 traffic jams later, I'm here, and I'm glad to have you here and to see you here and that you welcome me here. So I have a clicker here, and today I'd like to speak to you and with you a little bit about resilience. So resilience is trending. I think after the corona pandemic, everybody heard that term first time, maybe also a little bit too much. And we thought, academic-wise and also consultant-wise, we add something to it. Because resilience is kind of a broad term, and it's something that I will come to this here. It is a key competence that comes from security, that is on an individual level very important, that organizations need, that societies need desperately when it comes to crises. And you have such a broad concept that it is hard to put it in a nutshell. So to try to do so, and it's always great and I think a good thing to start with the individual. And the individual struggling through crisis, whether it's a pandemic, whether it's energy crisis, whether it's wars or armed conflicts, whether it's transformation in general. And I think you shouldn't see transformations as crisis in general, but transformations are challenging our worldview, our view of our own, our view of our prospects, of our perspectives, and maybe also our careers and our life paths. And that's why digitization is something to consider when talking about resilience in a positive way. Because resilience is something that equips you in various aspects to overcome crisis in an engaging way, not only in a coping way. And that means that you are not something like struggling through crisis, but really try to shape crisis, to do something new, not only new, but something worthwhile developing further, creating. And you can see that in a micro, macro, and meso in between level. That means individuals need to think about digital resilience, for example, when it comes to health issues, working culture is something to be considered, but also, of course, regular health issues that we all cope with sometimes and struggle with. Then, of course, you yourself as an individual, but also organizations need to think about IT security in digital at times, and we talk today about, also and you discuss all today and tomorrow, I think, about misinformation and disinformation and fake news and all the other terms that relate to that. And of course, this has to do something with hacking, that has to do something with manipulation, and it has to do something with shaping a structure and an environment to be not only resistant to those kind of influences, but also try to put something against it in the long term. And that means also in our brains, in our education, and this is really societal level. So digital resilience is something that needs to be taught, but not only taught, it has to be learned the whole life, during the whole life. Economical developments are as well as related to it as the public sphere in general. So we talk about journalism here, we talk about political communication here, that is all related to the competence level of digital, building digital resilience. And the democratic order is the overall perspective here, because in the end, it's really about political and societal polarization we experience right now due to disinformation and misinformation that happens mostly, that is not only triggered, but also, of course, distributed in a very organic way by the principles of social media. So just to have a visualization, it's kind of very easy, I hope, to grasp here. We have society as a whole. We have the public actors that are always communicators in a digital environment. We are on our way to a digital society, so we need to think of public actors as communicators. We have the special, and that's important to me on the background of against the background of my own profession, of my view on all those things. Of course, the media professionals play a specific role because they are still privileged in those digital environments. And we have especially the media users. And media users, please don't misunderstand them as news users. So we are all media users. In Germany, at least, it is 98 to 99% of the population is using the internet, online services, on smartphones, on tablets, on whatever, digital devices, smartwatches, whatnot. And those are media users, because when we talk about digitalization, we talk about media technology. So, of course, my field, the communication and media studies, is, of course, even now, still focused very much when talking about media on the news production, so journalism. But I want to understand this, and I'm with those colleagues that understand media here in this terms as media, communicative media technology. So all perspectives and all aspects of digital media devices and digital media technology. So, and there you can see it is about organizations and institutions. It is about, can you see that? It's all empty. Is it empty? Oh, there's empty, there's not, so please look there. I don't know why. Interesting. And collectivity, so it is about groups, social movements, so all the whole spectrum of collective action. It is related to that, and individuals. So we all need to consider being digital resilient, but why? And here comes the attempt to make sense of it, because in the end it is a very abstract concept, but why is it a key concept to our understanding when it comes to digital transformation and the challenges put forth by misinformation and disinformation. So we try to adapt a multi-level model of digital resilience. You can see here the gray area, the bubble, it's the environment, the overall digital media environment we experience, we use, we need for our private life, for our professions. And there, in there, you have the digital transformation, which is a very strong force in the structural transformation, not only of the public sphere, but also in our work lives. Then you can see here, it is an example, the function of journalism as one system in this environment, and you can see all the traditional functions that journalism has as a cultural practice in our society. And this is not new, of course. Those are very conventional functions that are still very important. And then you have the functions of resilience on the other side, or on the same side. It's just for visualization, that they're opposing each other, but it's not. It's just the ingredients is why you need to consider this as important functions to navigate through this environment under the impression of digital transformation. And then you have those things like incoming, and this changes, incoming influences, strong influences. You have climate change, for example, right now. You have wars or pandemics and economic challenges, inequalities. You have polarization everywhere. So this can change, and I hope it changes. I hope those arrows will go away, but they won't. There will be other arrows in the future. So those influences are to be understood against the background of this digital transformation, because we try to manage those crises, we try to use digital tools, digital methods to get hold of, to cope with these crises, and even to find solutions, of course. Some try to monetize them, speaking of tabloid press, for example, or other, for example, political manipulation. And they try to disseminate misinformation, disinformation, to make profit out of those fears and dysfunctionalities. And okay, now it's, what happened? Something happened, there was a problem. I crashed the Mac. And now I can read emails. I won't. Where is the file? Open recent. This is it. I close it very quickly so nobody can see anything. There it is. So now it's there. Okay, speed up a little bit. Okay, this is agile. Okay, so we have those levels of resilience, of digital resilience. So what I just mentioned, we have the IT and data security, which is a very, very important field discussing resilience from, and even digital resilience from early on. So the concept of resilience, I didn't say that before, but you might know that, comes from, of course, psychology, for example, but or even material science, yeah, when it comes to strong or elastic materials. But IT and data security, of course, it's very important to secure data infrastructure. But then you can understand it's technology and innovation, how to manage those, how to take benefit out of it. Then you have networking and connectivity as one strong trend in the changing digital media environment, and discourses and partial politics. It's all important because those are the levels, those are the dimensions that are the most important aspects of our nowadays, not totally digital, but in many aspects, digital public sphere and discourses taking place. So, and it becomes it gets very interesting when we talk about values and common good. What is the common good when we talk, when we try to understand what crisis, what the influences, what the effects of crisis are on our nowadays societies and cultures. And those are all interrelated. And this is because this model tries to show what the dangers are, what the risks are when we do not develop a form of resilience in this digital transformational process. But it also can show, if you want to see it, the potentials and the perspectives. This is very abstract. So I want to let you participate a little bit in a few recent results of our representative survey we did in Germany, in German households, 1,000 and sorry, it's interrelated, and 1,000 participants, and additionally we did qualitative interviews with participants of this representative survey, and it's kind of current data, so it's 1 year old, 12 months old approximately, and it's all open, published open access. So if you, I can give you the link later. It's all in German language, so I'm sorry for that, but maybe you can also make use of it. So just a few top 10 results why we think there are, on a societal level, very important developments, I would like to say it in that neutral way, which alert us that we need really concepts for not only promoting but really securing educational efforts to make news literacy as a form of digital resilience a key objective of the political sphere and educational politics. Because Germany is a very, you might not think that, but it's a very digital population, although we do not have in Germany the best digital structures and infrastructures implemented. We know that. We are a kind of a development country in comparison to other European countries at least, but they are German users. From the user side, they are heavy online users, especially, you might not be surprised about that, 14 to 29 years olds are, so under 30, 35%, over 1/3 is more than 7 hours a day, every day, on the online, using the internet in various forms. Not, of course, the regular browser, laptop, sitting in front of it, but using the smartphone also in parallel, using smart speakers, using smart watches, etc., etc. This is kind of something you could expect. What is kind of interesting with respect to that is, especially in the younger population, there has never been before a higher degree of parallel use of digital devices. So only the tablet percentage is higher in the age group of 30 to 49 years old. But we can add the other things I mentioned, smart watches, speakers, like play, gaming, you know, these devices, Xboxes and everything, PlayStations, to it. So the younger ones, under 30, are totally well equipped with device, and they even use it. So the question was not, do you have something like that, but do you use it regularly? And they use it in a parallel way, so we know second screen use and everything, but this is really a new dimension of intensity, the intensity of digital news. So they are confronted with all this content, with all this communication taking place online, where we see those aspects of misinformation and disinformation as one big problem. There are so many other problems, but this is one. The third top, so to say, here for today is that they know that they have they have an understanding of the problem they might have. So they think I'm happy with that, but I really use the internet. I use online devices too much. Not only the smartphone, this was one question, but also social media. Social media, too much or far too much, or significantly too much, nearly 3/4 under 30. And this is something where you can see the ambivalence of, okay, it inspires me and I like it and I don't want to miss it, but it's really, it's annoying. I would like to put it away. To put it in a more simple way. Social media, we ask for the most popular platforms, of course. You already know that from other studies. We had the same result, that Instagram is popular, the most popular thing. Under 30, over 30, it's still Facebook. But no matter what the popular platform is, 25% of the young people, of all internet use, online users under 30, and this is nearly 100%, say we are either tired, overwhelmed, or feeling empty after or while we use social media. That's not to say that many, many, many young people feel, as I said, inspired, happy, whatever, in a positive way when they use social media. But 1/4, it's not the majority, and that would be a real serious problem, but 25% not said we feel overwhelmed, tired, and empty, but that were different separate items we asked for. And those said, 25 to 26% said we really have psychological, we do not feel psychologically overwhelmed. We really have a negative connotation to our social media use, especially to our most popular platform. And this is representative for Germany. Then we, of course, we tried, because I have to make a small comment about those 3 slides upcoming. We did a lot of studies, so three studies in the last 3 years about hate speech, about constructive journalism, and about fake news. But all those studies, our own studies we conducted, were about the professionals, communicators, and how they assess those problems. So we were really curious and said, now we really have to look into the population and ask them, okay, what is it really a thing? Is it really a problem speaking with media consumers? Is disinformation really? So, and this is the overall result. 86% say this is the most threatening and most relevant problem we need to take action against. Fake news, so to say, decisive action against disinformation. This top 2, so to say, so the second most, the second with the highest relevance, so to say, the problem with the highest relevance on the second place coming in civil communication. So you could say hate speech as a broad term, but it's really about the whole aspect of how online communication is perceived and how it affects how people behave online. So why does only a minority is so extreme in its online behavior, communication behavior, and accounts for most of hate speech, what we consider hate speech? It's very unclear term, but everything so we consider to be in civil communication, degrading groups and everything. That's hate speech in a broad term, in a very general term. And why does the majority even reduce its online activity and do not participate in online commenting and discussions anymore? This is called, we have a specific small theory in communication science that describes the effect that if a minority which is very extreme in its, and for example, emotional or negative in its articulations, for example, online or also in the press or somewhere else, so that's in general, then the majority or others try to be silent, stay silent, because they are afraid to be to be attacked, for example, yeah, or be be considered to be the others, so social exclusions and so on. And this is something that 84% say, okay, we need to have regulations or whatever. We need to ourselves to be more, maybe more creative to shape our discourse online and be nicer, so it makes fun again. And then, that's not only for journalism, it is for all communication, professional communication online. It should be not so much anymore conflict-oriented, although there are conflicts everywhere in the world, and they should be reported. It's not about, okay, everything is fine, we ignore everything bad in the world. Of course, we should report it, we should discuss it, we should publish political white papers about this, but please constructively. Please not only highlight problems, conflicts, and doomsday. Think about perspective. Think about the agenda to change the problems. And this is the top 3 of various items we ask for and we ask about. And this was kind of really interesting. It's not only constructive journalism or solutions-oriented journalism, it's also about how, for example, NGOs communicate, or political parties, the public actors. The problem with this is that the people are kind of, they don't want to be guided so much. They need guidance, but it shouldn't be so explicit. That means taken by the hand. So as journalists were regarded in the past, so the old journalist tells the young reader or the passive reader how the world works. That's not anymore the case. That's a cliche. That was always a cliche. But they really say, no, we know we are competent enough to understand the world and to understand, to know where we get our information from. That's not to say that they really know that, but they think they know it. So it's really a question of attitude, how you approach as a professional communicator, how you approach the general media user, and they do not want to be, as it says here, taken by the hand. So the second last thing here, they majority wants, because they see that as a problem, they want to spend less time on social media. Some say, even also among the younger people, a considerable amount say, we want to spend less time online with digital devices. And this goes into the solution area of direction of pull the plug. And as you might already think, so that's my opinion, pulling the plug is not an option. Digital media, digital information, digital data is everywhere and so significant to our lives that we cannot afford to pull the plug or to ignore all this, because it matters no matter what to our lives, so we cannot escape. We need to find ways, and that's why digital resilience is so important in our understanding. We need to find ways to engage creatively, to create in a sovereign and independent way, and reflected way and informed way. So the last slide here with the result is they are ready to do something, but they need inspiration. They need tools, they need motivation, they need maybe also collaboration partners, if you want to say so. So if you're a journalist, if you're a politician, if you're an NGO, if you are a civil societal actor, public actor, you should not think of disseminating something, distributing content, information, whatever, and inform the public, but getting in touch, creating participative structures in your own field of expertise. So, and last thing I want to show you, and this will stay here maybe for a discussion because I'm very excited and very curious about your ideas. We thought of a 5-step model. It could be 6, but let's stay with 5 maybe at the moment, of increasing digital resilience in the individual media usage, because that's where it starts. And when we think of, I will show you the inverted, the pyramid upside down here. the whole thing. It starts really with the competence of perception. Getting to know, getting to identify specific content, what it is. For example, journalism. I think it's more, it's most concrete with journalism. So journalism is very hard to identify and to recognize in the social media sphere. When you think about Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, of course there were efforts and still are where you can see a big brand or so branding thing or even disclaimers. So this is something at YouTube where you have the small comments. This is from a public broadcaster in this or that country. So there are specific disclaimers or notes to help you as a user. But still, it's really hard for especially young, but also maybe less educated, but also very well educated people of all ages to take to be very to stay informed about or capable, let's say, put it that way, stay capable of source criticism. So to getting to know and really perceive a news brand, for example, as it is. So and not be diverted with fake accounts, fake websites, fake news brands, which looks like New York Times or whatever, like a local newspaper brand. And this is really the most important thing here. The first and the hardest thing to really establish, to get people perceive the media content as what it is. Many people think they were confronted with fake news at one point of their life, at one moment in their lives, or in the last years. But was it really fake news, or how did they want to assess it? Yeah. So this is really, when you get this level managed as a provider of content, then it's a great step towards a more reflected way to cope with, for example, misinformation, disinformation. And all the other levels, I won't get into detail right now, are kind of more sophisticated, but also very true and very important. The fifth level is, for example, up for media professionals, for example, journalists, and others who really, or students, who really work in that field, who study that field, and really can understand what are the contexts, what are the backgrounds, how media content is produced, and so on. You cannot expect that from, I would say, a general, or you would say ordinary user who has another job and another life, and where media is not the most important thing. Media content is not the most important thing to think about in their life. But of course, all the other help to establish a more critical thinking, competencies that are really important to stay digital resilient in a world where the digital environment will never go away, and where misinformation, disinformation, manipulation in every kind, every thinkable kind, and every societal level becomes more and more of a problem. That's it. I hope I get a few ideas from you and maybe experiences. Thanks a lot.
Okay, so I think in the interest of time, we'll only have questions for about 5 or 6 minutes, including online as well, just to make sure that we get a little break before we start promptly at 6 o'clock for the SFC pitch sessions. So I think we have one question on the left-hand side.
Hi, thank you very much for your talk. It was very interesting. I have 2 things which are more like comments. No, I'm not sure if it's a question because they're probably very personal experience. But when there is like something happening big, like for example the earthquakes in Turkey and Syria, and then suddenly your newsfeed is flooded with pictures of children because media outlets they use this to gain clicks, shares, views. And in those moments, most people feel like this empathy fatigue and they feel like really helpless. And I always wonder in those times what's better to do, to withdraw from social media or to stay there and build some kind of this digital resilience and some kind of, if you contribute to the media while staying there, or it's better to withdraw. I don't know, I'm not sure, maybe it's very philosophical, but what is...
You speak as a user or as a media content provider or producer yourself?
No, as a user of social media.
Because it matters on both sides, of course, right? Because if journalism doesn't work or social media do not work in a way that you prohibit this kind of stuff happening, although it's hard to say sometimes what is the right way. You can take a normative stand and say you should always be very neutral and do not use emotional strategies, for example. But as a user, of course, there are many things, very basic, but this is related also to a psychological level. But what is never bad, so to say, what always works is think about looking twice somewhere else, not only social media. Do not focus solely on social media. If you're interested in those topics, maybe triggered by social emotional pictures and discussions on a web flooded and all these tickers online or headline blogs and everything, live blogs, take a step back, look somewhere else. So that's always for every user. There should be time to consult at least 2 sources, maybe 3. So that is another thing that was in the study, that even, especially the young ones, not the older ones, tend to use more than 3 sources. What they are and what those sources really are, we do not know. But the tendency is there. To rely solely on social media for news is a mistake. That's definitely so. And then you could additionally think of, but this is really basic, in general, thinking of a social media diet. That's not to say delete everything and don't use it anymore, because it's important, especially for media professionals, if you have a career like that. But really, the doses matters. And but that's of course very basic. So, but that's where it starts actually.
Yeah, I feel this as a person who lives in Bulgaria, and politics make me very depressed. And I often think about whether I'm a bad citizen if I really withdraw from media and reading how bad it gets. It gets worse every day, and I always have this personal conflict. You know, I really, all of those news, they make me feel very bad and helpless. And whether I should make this diet of not watching what's happening in the country, or just stay there and become numb at some point. But yeah, that's
some. Only one sentence. Some take, for example, look international sources, consult international sources of news to get another perspective, and actually some say, okay, I reduce it to once a day. That helps sometimes. So it shouldn't be the evening news, obviously, because that's a problem there, because they function in a specific way to highlighting the bad stuff but not looking forward. Yeah, but there are several things. There's so many steps. So that's another talk. How you.
And the second comment was about the good vibes only, and that people want nicer content. And this is connected to what Johanna said, that the people in the research said that they didn't get enough useful information, but it was a nice experience. And I think that this is very funny, because ChatGPT is like, it's a nice it's nice communication. It's like a polite service, like polite customer service. And I even experienced that myself. Sometime after I use it, I feel like that was nice, somebody being polite. And yeah, I think that we miss that a lot,
Yeah. So there's
online politeness.
I think when we talk about the politeness of AI, that's an interesting thing, because the accuracy of AI, of course, it's another thing. Yeah. And it's not only about, I want to correct that if it's your understanding, it's not about a feel-good thing. It contributes to a more maybe positive well-being, psychological well-being, when they think of, the respondents think of when we talk with each other, when we communicate with each other in a more polite way, and the news or everything, how the world is brought into our homes, on our screens, if that would be more constructive. Constructive in this sense means, that was the context of the question, more forward-looking. What comes after the problem? How can we engage in changing the problem, not ending with the problem, and letting the viewer or the reader alone with the problem. And of course, there are not solutions all the time, but there are people in the world who try to change something or try to open the discussion, that at least this thing, to open the discussion about problems. This helps people, that's not a solution, but it helps people to think further, to think ahead. And that's something that seems to be very simple, but it's so hard to establish that in newsrooms, for example.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is a fascinating discussion. We could go on for a long time, but I think, unfortunately, in the interest of time, we have to move on. So if you do have any further questions, please find Dr. Leif Kramp afterwards. But please join me in thanking Dr. Kramp once again. Okay, so we've got a short break now. We will promptly start at 6 p.m. for our next set of pitches. Don't miss it. This is the SFC track. We have 4 teams presenting. SFC, Startups for Citizens. So this is focused on more things of the business side. We saw the mixed track earlier on. This is more on the business side of things. And now that it's after 5 p.m., I've been informed by one of my German colleagues that it's actually a legal requirement, I don't make the rules, for switching from water to beer now in this break. So please go ahead, SFC teams in particular, it might help out. Okay, so back here promptly for a start at 6 o'clock. So if you could take your seats in about 5 minutes' time, 17:58, that'll be appreciated. Thank you.
Can I ask everyone to take their seats? We'll start the second round of pitch sessions in just a moment. Yeah, you can, if you want to sort of get yourself ready. He'll turn it on for you, he'll turn it on for you. When Okay, welcome back everyone. So now we have the Startups for Citizens pitch session. So we'll have 4 teams presenting today along with jury panel at the front. So there'll be 15 minutes for each group. We'll try and reserve the questions for the jury panelists, but the startups will have the booth sessions afterwards as well, so you'll have an opportunity to ask them questions then. So we'll be starting with the team Online Debate for Impact with Pierre and Henri. Over to you.
So hello everyone, my name is Pierre, this is Henri, and we are going to tell you a story. So 4 years ago, we found that one of the biggest problems on the internet and on media websites is that comments are broken. Online discussion is broken. Why? Well, let me tell you why. Firstly, users lack access to reliable sources when participating. Secondly, the consequence is that the poor quality of comment systems lead to the removal and the flight of those discussions to social networks. And lastly, and sadly, well, social networks do not encourage contradictory views and tend to lock users into opinion bubbles. So we thought that the media must come up with a new discussion format to host engagement back on their websites. And this is a huge opportunity in terms of audience, retention, subscription, and monetization. So hopefully we have a good news. We have been tackling this issue at Logora, our company, since 2019 by building a debate platform which is working wonders on more than 30 EU media platforms, 30 EU media outlets. And this has great impact, great results in terms of interactivity. As an example, last year, more than 1.8 million readers signed up on media websites through our debate platform. So the engagement rate is really high.
But we know that there's still a lot of problems with discussion systems, so such as disinformation, such as the fact that conversations are often hard to read. So with the help of MediaFutures, we wanted to go further, and we developed 2 new modules that can be plugged into any discussion space, and that will improve debate quality. So I will put you in a situation here. So you are online, and you are on a comment section. So here it's about nuclear power, and the subject is very interesting, but you don't know a lot about the subject because it's quite technical, so you're a bit lost.
Wait, Henri, so what if you could have some reliable sources next to the subject so you can get informed about what you're reading?
Yes, very good, so thanks Pierre for this question. I'm glad you're asking that, because that's exactly what we built. So we built an automated context tool for the discussion. So I will show you how it looks like. So you're a journalist, you're creating a discussion topic, and in a few seconds, our tool will retrieve reliable and diverse sources, and we have a database of 4 million articles. So very fast, the tool will build the context, and as a user, the user will see the context right below the discussion subject, and they can read the context, they can build their own informed opinion, they will fact-check themselves, and then they can participate, and they will write better arguments. So that's good for us. And so this is the context, but it's the first step, but it's not all, because so now you read the context and you want to participate in the discussion, so good for you. but you find out that there are like thousands of comments. So it's a bit a nightmare because you cannot read everything, you don't have time to read everything, and you feel a bit lost again.
So wait, Henri, wait. What if you could read easily the dominant ideas in the discussion?
Yeah, that's an awesome idea, Pierre. And you're lucky because that's what we built too. So we built an automated discussion summary tool. So what's in the summary? So this summary is using NLP and large language models. So first of all, the summary will show you the main ideas, so pros and cons, with their frequency, as summarized by artificial intelligence. You will also see the main topics and the contributions that they relate to. And finally, you will get some statistics about the discussion, so over time, to see who participated in the discussion. And so I will show you the whole thing. So this is live on a news website. And so you see a debate here. You have user contributions. And right next to the discussion, you get the summary. So in a few seconds, you can get the dominant ideas, the key ideas. You have a better perspective on the discussion, and that will help you get out of your opinion bubble by seeing all the ideas that are present in the discussion.
So to conclude, with the help of MediaFutures and by building a context and summary tool, we did improve online discussions. So these modules are already live on several media. And well, we found that discussion quality improved, session duration improved, and participation improved. So these are market-validated press tools. Media are already paying and testing them. And well, we are very proud to announce that we are step-by-step making media the hub for great discussions. And we have cracked the solutions to make online discussions more impactful and more informed. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we have a slightly different jury panel now. So we have Julia Vicens from Eurocat, another one of the MediaFutures Consortium partners, alongside Nico and Katrine, who were on our jury panel earlier today. So if we start with the jury panelists, who would like to start off with questions? Nico.
Thank you for the presentation. Could you talk a little bit about the publishers, how they think about comments right now, and what they can achieve with your tool?
Well, yes. So usually, media removed their comment systems because the quality was very low, and they had a big issue also with moderation. So we tackled it with our debate platform, and now these tools can help them to share, like for example, the summary of a debate on articles. So it's new content for them, and also it shows that they are very close to their community. So they are building a new bond with the readership, and obviously it has a huge impact in terms of subscriber revenue and yeah, traffic and everything.
Thank you. So it's a tool that you integrate into your own website under your articles. And do I understand it right?
Well, we built a contribution platform, which is we can be plugged into media outlets. So it's hosted on their websites. It's new page views for them. It's new ads for them. But what we built here with MediaFuture, the context and summary tool, they are open source. They can be plugged to any discussion system. So it's just a gift to the whole ecosystem.
Okay, and is there also a functionality to identify bots so that the voting doesn't get manipulated?
So on our debate platform, we have some techniques to limit bots, such as like rate limiting for contributions, and also you can do some IP checking for the moderation for bots. So yeah, we have this. Yeah.
Well, thanks for the presentation. I have a couple of questions also in this line. The first one is, how do you ensure that people actually, so the sources that you are providing are actually reliable and diverse?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so first of all, we have like a database of articles that are taken from like news media, especially the clients we work with. So we gathered a lot of articles, like millions of articles, and so we make sure that they are reliable, and also it depends on the people that are integrating the platform, that are using the tool. They can choose which kind of sources they want to include in the context. So that's a bit flexible. And our algorithm will make sure that it's diverse, because you don't want to have, if you have like 5 sources in the context, you don't want to have like the same contents, because it's not interesting for the user. So we made sure that there is some diversity in the sources and in the algorithm to get some a good context. Yeah.
Diversity on the sources then, not on the content itself, right?
Yeah, on the sources.
So maybe the sources are diverse, but are talking about, or the opinion of these sources is the same.
Sorry?
So maybe the sources are different, but these sources has the same opinion or the same message about the topic. I mean.
Oh yeah, it's more about.
Can you give me an example of 5 sources for an article that can be selected, for instance?
Okay, so maybe I can show you. Okay. So I can go back to this debate about. Yeah, so it was a debate about industry in France, and so here you have articles about. Oh yeah, sorry. Oh yeah, so yeah, you have articles about the industry crisis, about products made in France. So it's all the articles like are related to the subject, and that can give more context to the user, and we make sure they come from like diverse sources. But we more focus like on the data, like articles that gather some data, and not about like articles that have like some opinions, to make sure it's like more like a context that's more objective.
Okay, and why do you think that, so at the end in this summary that you are doing, you said that you are presenting the dominant idea, right, of this debate?
Yeah.
And what about the other ideas, the outliers, the ideas that are not dominant but maybe are important too?
Okay.
In terms of representativity, I mean.
Yeah, so we thought it would be interesting to show the most dominant ideas, so you have a good representation of what the people participating in the discussion think. And it's also a matter of like interface. We don't have a lot of space. We want to make it like very compact so that it's easy to read. So for the moment, we did not show like all the outliers and all, and focused on like the main ideas.
Thank you.
We'll have to wrap up the questions now. So thank you to Pierre and Henri. Everyone give them a round of applause, thank you. And next up we have the Overtone team, which is Christopher and Philip. So if everyone could welcome them to the stage.
I'll just start introducing us while the slides come up. Or maybe I'll just stare as though I'm helping out. Here we go, it's coming. Hi everyone, I'm Philip, this is Christopher. We are from Overtone. And Overtone exists to teach computers how to read like expert humans. And we're going to tell you why we think that is helpful when we're fighting misinformation and disinformation. There we go, cool. So on the next slide, what is the internet? The internet is a machine for generating clicks and shares, traffic, essentially. And it does this without really caring about the content that's on the machine. It doesn't really care about what type of content it is. And that is an excellent environment for misinformation and disinformation to thrive. That problem costs billions and billions of euros or dollars a year. We're showing one example, Adidas and Kanye West, over $1 billion just in that particular example. And we're going to talk a little bit about how we can start to break down that problem. The best way we have found to fight misinformation is to defund it.
So on that Kanye West and Adidas scandal, there were tens of thousands of articles, more than ever going to be read by a human, some of which are journalism and some of which make you want to light your shoes on fire. So the idea is, how do you split between those? But when you have these articles, you don't know what they actually are. This is not the way recommenders work. They work on clicks and shares. I worked as a fact checker, and clicks and shares are part of the problem with misinformation. So the idea of Overtone is we don't look at that engagement data, we look at the text itself of the articles to help split between them. This is what we do using large language models that everyone now talks about and we've loved for a while. You can look at the individual statements of an article and see what it's doing. So the very second it exists, it's just the text. You can say, is this an investigative news piece? Is this a blog post? Is this an opinion? Is this a press release? And the idea is that you can use those to start splitting things up immediately.
So with MediaFutures' help, we collected a group of 50 analysts from across Europe, very diverse group, who were instrumental in helping us train our AI to sort through types of, not just content, but types of misinformation itself. There is supposed to be a map of Europe there, but I think you have to look over on the other side of the screen to actually see where our analysts came from. So looking at different types of misinformation. And so on the next slide, we see an example of what we can then do. We're sorting through and distinguishing those different types. Here we've taken the same examples from just before, but added the outlet as well. We do that without knowing about the outlet. There's some bias, right? If you know something is from Reuters, you probably already have some preconceived notion of what might be in it. And so we can also flag something like a conspiracy site, Natural News, which I urge you not to look at, and tell you what kind of signals in the content at the article and even paragraph level contribute to our finding that it is toxic misinformation in this sense. And that allows us to filter it out before it spreads, before it can have widespread impact. In fact, we can do that, as Christoph said, as soon as a text exists. So pre-publication, we can already advise publishers what to do.
We think that that aspect of it is increasingly important in a GDPR compliant world where you're not taking people's personal data, not sort of magnifying her head. Because that data is from the text itself, it's available immediately, making you can make decisions with it immediately. And that's also something that our clients like as they get ready for sort of that future world. Our data is future-proof and it's also scalable to the entire width of the internet. These are some of the people that we're working with. As I mentioned, I come from journalism, so traditionally our clients have been in the journalism space. With the help of MediaFutures and the development of these new models, we've been able to move into the PR and advertising space, and misinformation is something that they care about deeply. So not only can you distribute content better if you're a journalist, but you can filter it out, the bad stuff, if you're an advertiser, you can stop funding it, and citizens ultimately can benefit. As more parts of the content ecosystem use our tool, we think citizens will benefit enormously.
Let's talk about generative AI just for a moment. We are starting to see the benefits of being able to work through types of content, whether or not they are a fake interview or a piece of news. Generative AI in this context makes the problem of sorting through content and filtering it and finding misinformation larger, more serious, and more urgent. And the question we always ask ourselves, one of the reasons we get up in the morning is, there are all these solutions now for creating, for writing, for generating content. And if everybody's doing all that writing, who is doing the reading? That's where Overtone steps in. And we think, no, we want to give citizens, especially, the control and choice over the content they consume. Again, I'm not sure if you can see this. Have a look on the other side. So we've built a dashboard, a front end now that people can use, and we're very proud to announce, actually today, we're launching try.overtone.ai, in which you can go and scroll through text, sort through it, and filter out what you don't want and filter in what you do want. That drives traffic away from misinformation sites, changing corporate behavior over time and defunding misinformation, which is the goal. That tool could have helped Adidas. And we built this, the 6 of us here on the screen built this, but it's not really us, it's for all of us in this room, and it's really for everybody. The more traffic we generate through tools like this, the less traffic there is to misinformation sites. The less traffic there is to those sites, the less advertising there is, the less profit, the more we defund it, the less there is of that misinformation and disinformation. And so that's why really this tool is for everybody, and everybody using tools like this means that everybody wins.
Thank you so much, and we'd be glad to answer any of your questions.
Thank you both. Who'd like to start from the jury panel? Nico's ready to go.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. I have one really quick question. How do New York Times writers or whoever implement this? Like, where do I as a user see you in action, or hopefully I don't see you, I just have better news value for me, but how does that flow work? Like, where do you make the money, and who's integrating what where?
Yes, so for us, the sort of publishing side, I'll take that. They integrate us as data primarily. We can run our models on their own content to split it into different groups. And so what you see is that different types of content, whether it's an in-depth feature or an investigation, do perform much better or worse in different environments. Some do better on social, some do better on newsletters, some do better at 9 o'clock in the morning, some do better at 5 o'clock in the evening. And so if you're able to know what your type of content is, you can automatically distribute that. Generally for publishers, it lives in the CMS, so they can use it in all of their different applications, though they have a version of the front end as well, so that they can look and see sort of what's the recommended action for this article.
Sorry, but when I read the New York Times, I don't see that weird natural whatever health thing. So, my action was I'm deliberately reading the New York Times. So what you're doing is you're helping phase out the junk and the recommenders, right?
Yeah, I think.
But how does it work to get from, to get into the recommenders and make them recommend better stuff? Because I think that's what you're ultimately trying to do.
Yeah, so just to be clear, this MediaFutures project has focused a lot on that sort of bad side, but we can also differentiate between lots of different types of articles. So the New York Times publishes, I think it's 300 pieces of journalism a day, and there are all sorts of different types that are going to be for different audiences. Yeah. So we can split those up immediately and have them distributed to the right place. And so that's sort of one side of it within a publication. And generally, for a normal publication, there's about 15 different types of sort of normal article that we distinguish and that they can use.
Okay. How do you make sure that your fact-checking AI is really checking on the right facts or is fed by the right facts?
Just to be clear, so on the fact-checking itself, we're looking at the textual characteristics of the text rather than saying this is true or false. So for the Kanye West example, they say all sorts of really terrible stuff, including false things, but it's the way they say it rather than the facts themselves. I personally, as someone who did work as a fact checker, don't believe it's sort of possible to fact check universally. Using knowledge graphs, as some project did, is a great way to do it for a limited scale, but it's not sort of scalable to the whole internet.
One of the earlier presentations today, one of the keynotes said, facts don't change minds, right? Change hearts, stories, and people do. And I think that's really important. We can, there are many fact-checking services, and we are going to evolve in this regard as well. But really it's about the experience of people using it and starting to think a little bit more and have a slightly more conscious attitude and influence, impact over the types of content that are spread anyway. I think that's a stronger signal than just saying, oh yes, this is, I worked in misinformation previously as well, and we had an algorithm that said, oh, this is 78% true. And as a human, you think, well, what does that mean really to me? What do I do with that information?
Thanks for your presentation again. So I have a couple of questions, but I think we are short of time, so I will join the questions. So which models have you used for training these systems? Which data have you used? You said that you have like 50 labelers, so how you have worked with them and how much data you have labeled with these people?
Yep, so we're proud that all of our data is looked over in some form or fashion by a human, and that goes for all of our models. The data we used for this project specifically was testing off of the Lehman-Quee dataset that MediaFutures provided on COVID misinformation. So we had those 50 labelers who were different analysts or reporters and journalism school students and stuff like that. And we had them label those according to 2 taxonomies, one of which is sort of the GARM advertising harmful content taxonomy, and one of which is the United Nations classification for misinformation.
And the categories was like hate speech, opinion.
Yeah,
thing.
so in our model, we simplified it a little bit, but those 2 classifiers of GARM and the UN have those sort of categories.
Yeah, and just the last question, it's about, if I remember well, this project in principle, you have the option to filter content, right?
Yep.
And again, it's in line what he was doing. How you integrate this in a platform that is working, like for a newspaper, etc. So you can do it, I mean, in your platform, of course, no? You are building a tool that integrate these sources that I don't know how you can integrate.
So in the front end, and I do encourage all of you to go to try.overtone.ai right now on your phone. But we pull in the content there, but if we're hooked up to a publisher, for example, we have an API that they ping, and then that puts the data right into their CMS. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take this back. Give the team a round of applause. Now I'd like to welcome to the stage Johanna, who will be talking about Polltix.
Thank you so much. Please bear with me as I set this up. Great. Hello, everyone. My name is Donara Barayan. I'm one of the 2 co-founders of Polltix. With us here, we have Mata Shemis, who is my co-founder and our CTO. And together, we are building Polltix, which is a solution pioneering consensus in an increasingly polarized world. The challenge that we have set out to solve at the beginning of the MediaFutures program was the growing rate of political polarization around the world. The University of Southern California found that the level of polarization in the US now is similar to the level of polarization in the US around the time of the Civil War. The situation in Europe is very similar, with polarization growing very strongly in the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic, exposing the fissures in our society and really highlighting areas of disagreement. Polarization increases our susceptibility to misinformation. The University of Houston found that people who are more polarized are also more likely to believe disinformation, especially if it confirms their worldviews. To address this, we are building a new digital square for citizen deliberations called CrowdVote. CrowdVote helps governments and citizens to work together to jointly identify solutions to the most pressing policy challenges. By putting inclusivity at the very core, our solution is optimized for compromise. The way this works is that it starts with a public sector organization, let's say a municipality, posing an open-ended question. For example, how should we regulate e-scooters? The citizens can then respond to that question with their ideas and solutions, as well as rate the solutions and ideas that were submitted by others. As they are rating these ideas, they are also sharing their demographic information that we are using to calculate the compromise score. So we ask them for their gender, their age, their location, and their political preferences. We then identify the ideas that have the highest compromise score, which means that they were supported by the broadest demographic and political groups. And the municipalities or the public sector bodies that raise the question can then use those ideas as a basis for a compromise that brings that community together. Here's what it looks like in practice. So here we have a question, apologies, it's all in Lithuanian, that we've tried in a live setting where we ask citizens about how they would like to deal with drunk drivers. In the middle, you see the results that were rated by popularity, and on the right here, you can see the results that were rated by compromise score. And you don't need to be a Lithuanian speaker to see that the results were quite different when we focused on compromise over popularity. We also noticed that the results that were most popular were actually more lenient towards drunk drivers, while the results that were rated by the compromise score were actually stricter and were advocating for stricter regulation. The methodology behind compromise index is something that we've arrived and iterated over the last 6 months. There were 3 challenges that we really had to address. The first challenge was that not all ideas submitted by citizens were going to get the same number of votes because they were submitted asynchronously. The second challenge was that not all demographic and socioeconomic groups were going to be represented equally. And then the third challenge was that representativity does not really equal inclusivity. Here's what we did to address these challenges. So for the first one, we used the lower bound of Wilson score interval, which is a very fancy mathematics word for predicting how likely the outcome is to stay the same if more people vote on it. For the second challenge, we decided to add weights to all groups to ensure that the representation was fair. And then for the third challenge, we decided to consider all groups, all demographic groups, as equal regardless of their size, which meant that people from rural communities had the same share of the vote as people from urban communities, women had the same share of the vote as men, younger people had the same share of the vote as older people, to identify what were the ideas and solutions that those communities agreed upon. With crowd vote, we are solving not only a very important societal issue, but also a business problem. We see the applicability of our solution extending into businesses to improve employee feedback, brainstorming, town halls, but also into education to help with community engagement as well as student feedback. Our use of data complies with GDPR, and all citizen data is anonymized and stored in the EU. Citizens who use our platform are able to edit the data that we collect, and we analyze it in aggregate. The uniqueness of our solution is really coming from the fact that we are the first solution that focuses on citizen deliberation and inclusion in the policy-making process that optimizes for compromise rather than popularity. The methodology that we have developed is experimental, although based on best practice in recommendations research. We are looking to, we're keeping our pulse on the tech innovations, and we're looking to create an integration with the AI that would help citizens better formulate their responses, because we're seeing that right now there are some issues with how they formulate their ideas, and there's some replications. In terms of the results that we have achieved to date, so we have already had 4 live public consultations that received 6,730 ratings from 1,000 participants. We are now also working on our first paid pilot with one of the municipalities in Lithuania, which we are hoping to start in autumn. In fact, we do have a very busy summer ahead as we are completing our application for the OpenAI's governance grant call. We are working on this commercial partnership with one of the municipalities in Lithuania, and are looking to launch our sales into business and education sectors, as well as work on the ChatGPT integration. We'd really like to thank the MediaFutures program, because unlike other organizations that have presented, this would not have happened without the funding that we have received. So we're really grateful that MediaFutures invested in us and provided training and support, and would like to thank you for that.
Thank you. I'll hand over to the judges for questions. Nico's always ready with a question. I can always rely on him for this.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I think you picked a topic that is really, really hard to crack, but so important. My question really is, how do you get people motivated to formulate something? How do you get them to be involved? Because when I write a possible solution or something that I find plausible, others could look down on me and think that guy's a total nut job. So how do you get people to do that and to expose themselves?
That's a really great question.
And also, do people rally for their idea and solution? Or is it just totally agnostic? You just put it in and it stays there and then people look at it? Or can I just use all my Twitter power to push people onto it?
That's a really good question. So to answer your first question, we are not expecting everyone who participates to submit their own idea. That's why we firstly encourage, well, it kind of depends. We have the functionality to either first allow users to rate and then ask them to submit their own ideas, or first ask them to submit their own ideas and then ask them to rate. And we see that there's higher engagement when we first ask them to rate, and then if they see that there are some ideas that they feel very strongly about are missing, then they'll add them in. We didn't feel like the inputs from citizens were insufficient. In fact, we had a lot of very similar ideas, so we had to work really hard at moderating and merging them together to ensure that the users still had the nice experience of responding to something that was quite coherent and well formulated. As to whether or not they can promote their own ideas, so for now they can, but we do encourage them to promote the overall public consultation that they can share on their social networks. But yeah, we haven't seen that advocacy coming from the communities yet.
Okay, thank you. A lot of information. I just wanted to fully understand the first process of the rating. So it's like number 1 to 10 where you can click instead of yes or no?
So it's actually Tinder for compromise. The way it works is you see 10 randomized ideas. Some of them are the top rated ideas, some of them are random, some of them are the newest ones. And then you get to kind of swipe left, right, but we do yes, no, or I want to skip it. And so that's how we collect those ratings. And each user is asked to evaluate 10 ideas, but after that they can continue going if they want to, or if not, they can either submit their own idea or just look at the leaderboard. So that's the user experience as it is right now. But we really want to highlight the compromise element of it all. And in the leaderboard somehow show that these are the different groups that have agreed upon to really highlight to people that there are solutions that both the liberals and the conservatives can agree on and really build compromise upon that. But we're still thinking about what the best way to visualize that would be.
Because I saw the numbers, how do you calculate the numbers on?
Great question. So right now we have 2 leaderboards. One is by popularity, and another one is by compromise, just to showcase how different the results are. And so where you see the numbers, those are the numbers of the total votes minus the down votes. So we subtract the down votes from the total votes that upvotes it's received.
Okay, thanks for the presentation. Okay, so this compromise index, you said that the socioeconomic profile, let's say, you have weights, different weights, no? So it's based on what, these weights? Yeah.
Yes, great question. So right now we are collecting 4 data points from each of our users. So it's their gender, their location, their age, and their political preferences. And we use the national demographic data if it's a national public consultation, or local demographic data if it's a local public consultation. And for the political data, we are using the election data. And so we use those to weigh the results in the first instance, and then in the second instance, we assume that all different groups are equal to one another, and then calculate the compromise.
Okay, thanks. So you said at the beginning that polarization is a problem, etc., and it's true. But have you measured in some way polarization before, so using your platform and using, so there is a polarization measure there that you can ensure, or you can say actually that your platform or your methodologies are help to reach a consensus or whatever? Yeah.
I think that's a very valid point. So we've interviewed some users because we don't have enough of a user base yet to kind of conduct any quantitative research. But based on the user interviews, we asked them how they felt and if they felt that the perceived polarization that they felt with other groups has increased or decreased, and they couldn't really say whether it went in any direction as of yet, but that really gave us a lot of thought into how we can reflect the different groups that agree or disagree on certain points and where that compromise is in the way that we portrayed the leaderboard. And what they were saying is that they were very pleased that the focus was on compromise because it's quite rare on social media to really prioritize those areas of agreement as opposed to popularity. So I guess my answer is too soon to tell, but we'll definitely look into doing research on this.
Okay, and the last question is about, so I had a question about privacy and security in general because you are using sensitive data, especially the political preference, but this question probably is more important when you say that you want to integrate this with GPT, OpenAI, etc. So first, in general, how you ensure that especially security of this data, because I saw that you are anonymizing data, etc. And then how you plan to integrate this with ChatGPT, which data of your users will be there? Because this data at the end will,
Yeah, of course. So in terms of the security of the data right now, maybe Matas will be able to answer that question in more detail, but top line is that we are limiting access to who has the data. We all have two-factor authentication set up for accessing the data, and we anonymize the data as soon as it kind of hits our systems. So we are following all of best practices that we can, and we are obliged to do under GDPR because we do understand this is extremely sensitive data about the people who are trusting us with that information. And as for the ChatGPT integration, it's early days, but our vision is that it wouldn't have access to any user data, but would instead help users formulate their solution idea based on what has already been submitted by other users, and just kind of help them improve the grammar or the structural elements of it. So nothing related or nothing to do with their personal data.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dinar. Oh, turn it back on. Thank you. Now I'd like to welcome Joe and Ray into the stage for the final presentation on the project Self. Thanks.
Can I check this thing? How does it work? Is this? Yeah, the clicker. So it's like that and that? Okay. Is it? Should I try it?
I just want it full screen. Okay.
So it's one there and one there. Okay.
Okay, great. Okay, so who here has ever Googled their medical symptoms? Nah. Okay, so we're all experts on how much health misinformation there is online. And for me, this got personal when my sister became ill. And in our desperation, we started looking on strange online forums, buying weird products off Instagram, and trying really weird solutions. And as a statistician and technologist, I thought, I think there's something a bit more I can do. And so together, we built Self, and today we're here to share that journey with you.
Misinformation is a widespread issue. For example, over 40% of posts about cancer in social media contain misinformation. This is an issue that affects everyone, but it's an even greater challenge for those of us who do not have a standard body. Queer, female, non-white, there is just less information about us because our bodies are under research.
So starting with this massive issue, we just started by talking to people. We met with communities like queer youth in Krakow. We met with experts like cardiologists in Amsterdam. And listening to their hopes and fears and frustrations, we moved towards our solution, which is Self. And Self is a health platform that targets the root cause of health misinformation, the lack of understanding we all have about our own bodies. And so we bring data to individuals to do this, but we also recognize that health isn't something that people do alone. It's something where we need support from doctors and researchers, and Self
has that built into it.
So tell me, Joe, what is the uniqueness of Self?
We have a bunch of features in Self that aren't in any other health apps. One is that we have local encrypted data by default with no restrictions on the app at all. So that means we can't see your data at all, and you can do whatever you want within the app without us ever being able to see it. We also bring tools from medical statistics, such as experiments and random sampling, direct to your mobile phone. We have a plugin system, so users can extend the functionality of Self for specific issues like chronic pain or chronic fatigue. And we have some really best-in-class data sharing, so that you can share your data with doctors or researchers in the formats that they use.
The design behind Self is also very unique. Self is flexible. It means that you can track whatever you want. It's intersectional. That means that you can track and connect different bits of your body. And it's also not normative. It means that it doesn't tell you how your body should like or be like. We have been running from the last 2 months a beta version. And today we are happy to announce that we are releasing Self for browsers, desktop, and mobile phones. And our list of contributed community plugins is also growing.
And so we've told you we don't see our users' data, and you're thinking, oh God, how do you guys make any money? Well, we've got 3 income streams. The first is that we have a freemium model where users can subscribe for additional features such as online data syncing or integration with wearable devices. We also offer an enterprise platform where we make most of the money called Themself, where institutions can manage many users and integrate with their electronic health record system. And we also have the ability for sponsored plugins, so brands or institutions can feature their plugins higher in the system. It's a really exciting time to be entering the digital healthcare market because, one, it's massive at around 400 billion today, and it's growing about 25% every year. And with the flexibility of Self, it can be a period tracker, it can be something niche like a chronic pain tracker. We think we're well placed to become and take a significant portion of this market. We've set ourselves up to be sustainable, so we've got a roadmap in place, and we have financing covered for the next 8 months until we become self-financing. We have a team of 4 people, all from minority groups particularly affected by these issues, and we have advisors across law, healthcare, technology, and some really great medical collaborations already.
So today, we want to invite you all to go to theselfapp.com and explore it, use it, and see if you want and explore new things about your body. But also, if you work or collaborate with an institution and you want to support your patients or run a study, come and talk to us after this talk.
Self is a way to move from health misinformation to self-understanding, and it brings the tools to understand our body so we don't need to rely on misinformation. We imagine a world where trans people can begin their journey supported by data the whole time, where women have as much information about their bodies as men do, where your parents can be supported by their doctor through weekly data check-ins, and where research that wasn't previously possible about under-researched topics like chronic pain or chronic fatigue are now possible. We hope you'll join us on this journey. Thank you.
Thank you.
The microphone. Thank you. Who would like to kick off the questions from our jury panel?
Okay. Well, thank you again for the presentation. Really interesting stuff. And, you know, what I'm curious about it is how do you want to keep up with this ever-changing landscape of, you know, plugins and wearables and whatnot, because you're only a small team, and the data you need to feed into the system is already immense, and then you have all this other stuff. How do you do all that with the small team?
Thanks for the question. I think it's a really important one, and part of well, it was a big driver of this development of the plugin system. It's just an acknowledgement that to cover the range of things we want to cover, from being a period tracker to being something for chronic pain or chronic fatigue, we have to be able to bring in other people. So the plugin system, we already have a minimal version of it working where people can set up trackers and experiments and then share them with their community. So, for example, if I experience chronic fatigue, I can use my best practices of that and share it with other people. So the idea is kind of outsourcing some of that work. And so instead of we started this platform imagining, okay, we're a health app, and now we're moving towards the idea, we're a health platform. We support, instead of someone who has a niche issue, they don't need to create a whole app. It's a pain in the ass. And instead, they can just make a plugin that builds on the functionality that we have built into Self.
I have several questions. You also say that you set up already some topics where you can choose from. How many are there in the beginning? So for inspiration, because I use similar apps, and there it often helps me to see already some predefined categories to choose from that I might have never thought of before.
Right. Do you want to take? I'll take it. Yeah. It's a really interesting question. We've thought a lot about defaults within our project. We came from like a very queer perspective on this and aware of the limitations of defaults. But this is kind of a balancing act with the user interface and the user experience. People want to understand a little bit how to start doing it. So at the moment, we just offer 4 possible ones, and it's just sleep, pain, period tracking, and mood. So they're quite general ones that we've worked on with researchers in those areas to kind of bring the best practice. But one thing we're looking to integrate very soon is that in that opening section, you can directly go into the community plugin list and start bringing in all these topics. So if you've come for a specific reason, you just search for it, chronic pain, and then a bunch of community plugins come in.
So you solve it via content, so inspirational content, so to set up your trackers.
Right, yeah. It's kind of like a user experience decision, just so people have something to start working with. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's because like we were very like from the beginning, as Joe said, like no defaults, no nothing, so people can really jump and explore and make the app whatever you want or whatever you need. But as well in the user test, like people were saying, like I need something to start because like what is a tracker, what is this, and like we really want to build, and where we are building is like for everyone, you're not for tech people or people who have some kind of knowledge on data. So for that, we thought that the proposed, like the default ones that we bring as an example, but it's not also mandatory to choose one of those. We asked you for if you want to add another one, you can just ignore them, but it's useful for people to start imagining, okay, because we think, well, self is a process of self-discovery, so it's not just like at the beginning you're going to set all the trackers you want to track or all the experiments you want, but it's a process of, okay, maybe I start with the sleep, but then I can go more detail and with more clarity about what is happening or what I need.
Yeah, another question, what will you do with all the data that you collect through that? So because this is also very interesting information for the health industry, but also for me personal. Of course, I will see my own data, but I might be also curious what others think also for inspiration, how they are behaving, especially this topic period and mood and stuff. So because this is a topic where we need more data and people are curious to learn more about it.
Yeah, I can start. I mean, yeah, like the first idea of self is having this local, private, so you encrypt it, so just you see your data, which is also, for example, in period trackers, something that it's on discussions. But we also value a lot the possibility of sharing. So what we want to build is really like kind of consensual and step-by-step evident, more as evidence as we can of you are choosing to share in some specific clusters, for example. So also in a conceptual idea, we think about like myself, ourself, and themself a bit. And the ourself is like this idea of how we can create some kind of data cooperatives within self as well, and like people could, for example, people who is experiencing menopause, which can share data to like share symptoms or share solutions or share experiences within them and explore by themselves. And there is also this third model, which is themselves, which is how institutions can, with consent of the people and the communities who want to share, can interact and build that knowledge together. I don't know.
That's great.
Thanks for your presentation. So I have a couple, well, some of the questions has been answered. It was about the user journey in the application and all this stuff. But I have a couple of questions more. One is about so in which phase is this application? So you have tested with user, you have a pool of users that that are using this application. In which phase do you are?
Yep. So at the start of this process, MediaFutures, we just had the idea. So I think it's a bit unlike some of the other ones that it's been 6 months of building things from the ground up, which has been really exciting to move through this. And we've really taken very seriously user testing. So we've really spent a lot of time with different communities. Like we mentioned, we've traveled across Europe speaking to different groups with very specific issues and built it around them. We now have the working app. So it's on browsers now. We have people using it every day for things like, I don't know, there's someone who's already given up coffee because of the results on it. There's someone else who manages a very complex condition of living with AIDS every day. So we've kept it small for about 2 months with learning a lot from these users and how they use it and adjusting based on that. And we're now at the point where we're open to bringing in more people. We've had a wait list since we started this project, before there was anything, and people were like, no, I want that, I need that. And so we're now at the stage where we start to bring that in a bit more.
Okay. And well, one question is about privacy. Well, you know that this data is very sensitive, etc. So how you ensure that actually, so because you are sharing this data with other people, if they want, no? If the user want, they can share. So which is the mechanism for sharing this data? And how you ensure that this data actually is shared for the right purposes? So that I understand that these purposes are the one that the user is choosing, no? So which is the mechanism for sharing this data with the others?
It's a great question, and to be honest, it's something that is a slight step away from where we're at now. We've been focusing on the individual use of this, as well as local backups and sharing it through a more local-based system. And the next step is how institutions engage with that. We've started this discussion around, to be honest, a lot on the limitations of current apps for sharing with doctors and researchers. They use normally proprietary data systems. They're very hard to integrate into electronic health record systems. So we've been doing a lot of research on how to, export directly to those formats. So like fast health interchange records, these kind of things. So it's a big focus for us. It's kind of the stage directly after where we're at right now.
Okay.
I mean, we're going to release that, like, we have this roadmap of this is like the Self 1.0, there is a 2.0 in 6 months, maybe 5, and then the 3.0 at the beginning of next year, which we want to like release all the features. So the part of community building and institution is part of the 2.0 that we want to start building after this first release.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so everyone in the room, you now have an hour for those important drinks, and you'll have a chance to view the booths with the SFC teams, and then we'll be having the premiere of Hammer and Egg at 8 p.m. And speaking to everyone online, that's it for today, but please do join us again tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. We'll be beginning with a panel discussion on further opportunities for startups and artists. Thank you, everyone.